while people kind of get their shit together.
Okay.
Um, fuck, man, what we talking about tonight? So the what I put up earlier was basically kind of talking about what expectations or sex expectations, what expectations in sex do men have of women and why? And the reason that I actually thought of that was I was on live last night just doing like my Thursday night hour or whatever. And it was a young lady who came on there and I forget what the fuck we was talking about. But she no, I remember she had mentioned I was asking her where she found me or like what how did she end up following me or listening to like my content and shit. And she had said that she found me while I was on someone else's live. Shout out to Irada Boudoir. I was on one of her Sunday night single Sundays or something like that. Single Sundays. She used to go live every Sunday and it just had people come on there.
I've
And
been on there.
yeah, yeah, you was on there. You was on there a couple of times. Um, but she was on there, or she'll have people on there and just kind of like give they rundown as far as like their singleness and what they looking for and what they like and what they type is and turn ons and turn offs and all that kind of shit. And one time I was just on there and I was talking to Nick, um, and I don't know how I ended up telling this story, but I was telling a story about how I guess a date that I had went on, and it was in New York City, and I was telling the story about it was a date. It was like a hookup. I had basically been introduced to this girl through a mutual friend, and we had started talking we talked for maybe like 2 or 3 weeks, just on some text and shit, phone conversation type shit. And it got to the point where it was like, all right, well, like let's meet up and shit like that. And I just figured it was, the polite, gentlemanly thing to do. If we were gonna, like, I wasn't gonna make her travel to me, so I was just like, all right, let me just take the initiative, let me travel to her. And just throughout our 2 to 3 weeks of, conversing, having conversations, getting to know each other, um, I found out a few things about her, a few things that she was into, a few things that she liked, and it turned out that she was real big on like mafia shit, like the mob type shit. She really liked cats. And I found out like what her favorite candy or chocolate or whatever was. So like,
Was she pretty?
yeah, she looked nice.
Okay.
And so after I had kind of like gathered, what I'm saying, all of that information, I was like, all right, well, it'll be a nice in my head, right? In my mind, I'm thinking like it'll be a nice gesture if what I'm saying, I could just like grab a few little things to kind of I'll customize like our date, and I'll customize like a little small like gift bag or whatever, for like our first time meeting, so she'll know that I was actually listening, I was actually paying attention to her, I was actually being attentive, like all of that kind of stuff, right? So I remember the date that I had planned was I had Googled like this mafia museum, like it was literally a mafia museum in New York City, since that's where we was gonna be meeting or whatever, because she lived in North Jersey, which is like fucking 5-10 minutes away from New York City. And so we was gonna meet in the city. I got the tickets to the museum. We was gonna do that. We was gonna like go get some ice cream or go to a bar and watch football because she like really was a football fan or whatever. And this was in like the month of January. So it was the playoffs, so like the NFL playoffs and shit was going on. So I'm like, all right. So I get the tickets. I gotta get my train ticket and shit like that in order to like get up there and schedule it. And what happens is like this particular museum, I guess it was like a mom and pop museum. Like it wasn't really a big museum. It was just kind of a small, quaint, intimate type of spot. So their hours on Saturdays, because this was a weekend, this was a Saturday. Their hours on this particular Saturday, like they closed at like 2 o'clock or some shit like that. So like the latest that we could go in there was maybe like 11 or 12 or something crazy like that. So in order for us to get there for the last like tour, the last showing at like 11 in the morning, I would have had to have, I would have to get there basically at like 10:30. So in order for me to get to New York City at like 10:30, I gotta get a train ticket that is gonna get me there that early. And that if you're not just driving straight up there, you got to make stops on a train or a bus or whatever. It's gonna add a little bit to the travel time. So like I had to end up catching a train from Philly at like 6 in the morning or whatever. So I had to get on the train at 6 in the morning, which means I had to be up and ready. I had to be up at like 5 so I could shower, get dressed, get my shit together, get to the train station, you know what I'm saying, to catch it by 6. And then the train to get me basically was to get me to New York at around like 9:30 or 10, which would give me enough wiggle room to figure out how to get from Penn Station to the actual mafia spot. You know what I'm saying? So I was just trying to make sure I was on time. So I was trying to give myself extra time. So I was up super early in the morning, all goofy and hype and shit, ironing my clothes. You know what I'm saying? I was ironing my clothes, picked up my clothes. I had on some tight ass jeans, some holes in them, some shit that Trav would never wear. I had my fucking, I had my Chelsea boots. You know what I'm saying? My fucking my brunch boots and shit. I had like a nice little t-shirt and I had on a pea coat. And then I had my fucking I had my gift bag because I went the day before. I went to Walgreens and I just found her. I got her like a thank you card, basically saying like, what I'm saying, thank you for taking the time out to go on a date with me, yada yada yada. I got her a card, and the card had like it was some funny shit, but it had like cats or kittens on it or something like that. Cause that's like her favorite, that's her shit is like cats. And I was able to find like her favorite candy, chocolate, whatever. I forget the name of them shits. It came in like this cardboard like packaging. It was like Lindor or Lind something like that. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but anyway. So I got that. I got the card. Um, I got the mafia tickets, and I put it in like a gift bag because I just feel like when you're gonna give somebody something, I just feel like it's kind of tacky to just give it to them like in like a la carte pieces. So like I always feel like a gift bag is like, with the tissue paper on top. I just feel like that's always a good touch. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's where I fucked up at. I don't know. But so I put all the shit in there. Hop on the train the next day, get up there, and then I meet her, and like her vibe was just like really trash. Like her vibe was like really, really trash. I remember the one thing that really irritated me about the whole night was that or the whole day was she never took her jacket off. So like I never got
she cold. She just sitting there
I
cold.
I never got a chance to see her body. Like I was like that shit like really irked me or whatever. And like the thing that kind of fucked it up from the gate was like normally like when I've been to museums and shit, you just kind of you walk in and you just kind of peruse like on your own time or what have you. But because this was, I guess, more of like an intimate type of spot, like they actually did tours, which is why they had like the time constraint on it. So like what they would do is it was like, say for instance, we was in like a group of 10 that was scheduled to go in, and our tour started at like 11. So the whole group of 10 would basically, it would be a tour guide walking us around the museum, and for every exhibit or kind of like piece that they had, the tour, it was like a story behind it. Like it was actually really dope. Like it was a really cool spot, a really dope experience, but it just wasn't what I expected. So you kind of had to, you couldn't really walk and talk. You kind of had to walk and listen to the tour guide speak and tell, the story about the Tommy gun, or the story about this being Al Capone's cell, or the story about these are the type of, bombs that they used when they was like setting up car bombs and shit like that. Like it was literally a story behind every single piece of like memorabilia that they had in there. So that didn't really give us time to kind of talk. You know what I'm saying? So like we were there in the same space, but we weren't really able to have any kind of conversations and bounce our energy off of one another. And while we was in there, she still didn't take her fucking coat off or whatever. So like I was like, why does bitch like still got her fucking jacket on? Like this is pissing me off.
No phone
Um,
train.
man, I don't know, man, but but like so fast forward throughout the whole dating shit, it was like everywhere, it was New York City, so everywhere that we went, we Ubered. Now we went from the museum to like the ice cream spot that she knew about. Ubered there. I bought her the I bought her the ice cream. We ate the ice cream. Then she wanted to go to some other spot, so I Ubered there. And then when we got to that spot, it was actually so popping that it was nowhere to sit down. So we like make a couple of rounds around the joint, and it was still just nowhere to sit. So I could kind of tell like on her face she was starting to get irritated because it was nowhere to sit. So then I asked her like if she wanted something to drink, and she was just like, "No, I want to go." So I'm like, "All right." So, and this is after, this is post Voldy, right? So this is me trying to date people after Voldy. So the one of the amazing things that I did learn from dating Voldy was I have like this uncanny ability to tell when women are upset. Or like, like I have an amazing, I have, it's like a sixth sense, right? I have an amazing ability to tell either when women are already upset or when they're about to be upset within like the next half an hour. Like it's just like a special talent that I picked up being with her for a couple of years or whatever. So like I could sense it. Like I knew that irritation was on the horizon. You know what I'm saying? So we left that spot. So then we Ubered to another spot. Now I'm paying for all these fucking Ubers. Like, which is, I mean, you know, which is fine, but I'm not gonna lie, like an offer of like, hey, you know, I'll get the next one, like would have been nice or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm paying for all the Ubers. We finally get to a bar that's like not crowded. We go in there because at this point in time, like the games and shit is about to start. So we get in there, sit down, get a table. It's not crowded. I take my coat off, you know what I'm saying? I am thinking I'm being a good example of what you're supposed to do when you like actually sit down like in an indoor place. You take your coat off, you put it on the back of the fucking seat. You know, you say, excuse me, excuse yourself to the restroom. You go to the restroom, you wash your hands because you're about to eat. You know what I'm saying? You come back and you sit down and you order and then you just go move forward with the date. So I do all of that. This bitch still don't fucking take her fucking coat off. I'm like, yo, what are you hiding under this jacket, man? So I'm just like, all right, but I don't say nothing. But I'm low key like now I'm low key irritated because I'm like, damn, like what's wrong with her? Like why she don't want to show me her body? Like what's going on? So I so then like so we there in the bar watching the game. We order and it's like a bar. It's like a regular bar and grill. So you know they got regular bar and grill food. So they got uh wings and burgers and fries and beer and regular like cocktail drinks and shit like that. So she orders like wings and some fries and a drink. I order like a burger and some fries and a Coke. And then when I see that she's drinking, then I was like, all right, I'll order a drink as well. So then like we sitting there, it's like a lot of small talk. She's not really opening up. Um
Is
and
this the New York date?
yeah. She's not really opening up. And like normally I'm full of energy and full of jokes and smiles and just good vibes, like what I'm saying, generally. But what I will say something about my personality is like when I see the irritation on the horizon, Like I'm not the person to continue to try to keep the energy up. Like if I know that your energy is trash, like I'm a just fucking be quiet and I'm a chill and I'm not gonna push the issue because I know like that kind of makes people even more irritated. It's like when you don't feel like being here, but the other person is like constantly trying to crack jokes and cheer you up and shit like that. Like so I just chill. Like I just be chilling. So that's kind of what this turned into. So the further the date kind of goes on, more people start filling into the bar because like the games and shit are about to start. So as the games and shit are about to start and the people it's like are continuing to come in, there are at this point there aren't any seats left, even though we're already sitting down, but it's people standing up, like it's standing room only. So the TVs and the projector screens that they're showing the game on, I'm having a tough time actually seeing the screen. But where she's sitting, because she's sitting like against the wall, we're sitting across from one another. So it's like a situation where she was kind of like in a booth kind of thing, but I was in a chair and it was a table in between us. So, but from where she's sitting, she had a really, really good view of this of the TV screens. So I was like, yo, I'm about to come over there and sit by you because these niggas, I'm just staring at people's ass. Like I can't even fucking see. So I just want to see the games. So I'm about to come over there and sit by you. So when I say that, right? Like she said, she looked at me like dead in my face and says, like, yeah, I don't really like when people be like all in my personal space like that. And I'm like, huh? So you don't even, first of all, I can't even get to your titties because you got your fucking coat on, your parka. Your parka's blocking the nipples, so I don't even know what you're talking about, personal space. And I'm just trying to see the fucking game or whatever. But I was like, that just made it really awkward. So I was like, all right, I'm not gonna move over there, whatever, whatever. But we're there for like two football games, right? We're there for like two football games. So that's several hours. And it feels like she's ordering drinks like every quarter, like of two football games. And this is New York City. So I'm just like in my head, I'm like, these drinks is like $17 a piece. Like, God damn, like, is this bitch drunk yet? Like, how you not drunk yet? Sheesh. Um, and then I don't know, man. Like the conversation, like the alcohol was like loosening her up in terms of just her being more talkative, but it wasn't really loosening her up in terms of like her being more seemingly more interested, like in being on the date with me specifically or whatever. So man, at one point, I was just like, I was over it. I was ready to get back to the crib, get back to Philly. Because I knew nothing was really gonna transpire or whatever. So then I was just like, yo, I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to go back to the train station. And I'm thinking that we just gonna go our separate ways at this point. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you a little fucking handshake, pound, whatever, and then fucking I'm gonna be on my fucking way. And then she was like, yo, yeah, cool. I'll just get in the Uber with you and take it back to the train station. So in my mind, I'm thinking, like, are you gonna finally pay for an Uber? Are you gonna split? Are we gonna split this motherfucker or whatever? No, no. She's just gonna ride the coattails to my Uber into the train station. So I'm like, all right, whatever. This part of the game and shit. I'll take that L. I'll take all of these L's. We get to the joint. She gotta walk. We get out. I get out at the train station. So I'm at the train station already. But where she has to catch her train is like maybe like 2 blocks away or some shit. So she's like, I gotta walk to my station. It's over here. So I'm still like on some nice guy shit. So I walk her to the train station because it is New York City. It is night, whatever. I walk into the train station, and before she, it's funny because before she goes down, she still ain't never took her coat off, but still don't even know if she got real legs or if she gets like got prosthetics. I have no clue. But we get to the train station, and it's a homeless dude, like camped out like right in front of the train station where she has to walk down like in the subway part. And I'm about to give her like a, you know, just like a fucking church hug. Like Nick said, I give this probably where I got my church hug shit from this fucking girl. Cause I'm like, all right, well, let me give you this one arm shit real quick. And while I do that, right, I'm giving her like the one arm joint. The homeless dude laying on the ground said like looks at us or looks at her and was like, oh, come on, like give her a kiss or some shit. Give him a kiss. And he clearly just didn't know how terrible the date went or whatever, or he would never have said that or suggested that shit. But obviously she didn't give me no kiss. She didn't give me no hug, or she gave me like a hug, but whatever. And then we went on our separate ways, and it was just a fucked up night for me for the rest of the night, because at this point it was probably like maybe like 9 or 10 o'clock. My feet were killing me because I had them narrow ass boots on. My phone had just died, so I had to walk to Walgreens to buy a charger.
Had your motherfucking Chelsea's on, your Chelsea boots,
fucking brunch boots. I was I had to walk to the Walgreens, get the charger, and then I had to walk back to Penn Station to try to find an outlet just so I could charge the phone, because I was still gonna have to take an Uber when I got back to Philly. So I got on the train from New York City to Trenton, and then when I got to Trenton, you had to take a connecting train to get back to Philly, but that train didn't come for like another 90 minutes. So I was like, I just had to like wait there, and it was cold as fuck. It was super cold. It was January, and I really thought that this pea coat was a lot warmer than what it really was. That shit was not warm at all. Clearly, it's just for show. And all I had on was a t-shirt under it, and I had them jeans with holes in it, and it was terrible. I was super cold, yo. And I didn't end up getting back to the crib probably till like maybe like 1:30 or 2 in the morning. And I say all of that, I retell that story because the young lady who was on my live last night, she said that she heard me tell that story on your shit on the Single Sundays. And from that story, she was like, wait, so you did all of that and you went up there and you didn't like, and you ain't fuck and you ain't smash or y'all ain't have sex or she ain't give you no head. And I was like, nah. I was like, I wasn't even expecting that. You know what I'm saying? I was just going up there for the date, for what it was, and to get to know the person and waste some money and shit like that, and hopefully have a good time in the process. And the girl who was on my live last night, she was seemed like she was kind of taken aback by that whole premise, like by that whole idea of me not only not getting any sex, but for the fact that I wasn't even expecting anything more to transpire than just the date, me spending the money, and then me going home. And that's honestly what kind of made me come up with the topic for tonight. Because when I was talking to her, she made it seem as if like if she would have been me, she would have expected some dick on the other end of it. If she would have been me, if she would have traveled, if she would have gotten up at 6 a.m., if she would have gotten on a train, if she would have picked out an outfit that she don't normally wear on an everyday, if she would have put on some shoes that fucked up her fucking corns even more, if she would have been cold, if she would have paid for every single fucking thing, the food, the Ubers, the tickets, the candies, the card, the bag, the ice cream, the burgers, the drinks. I sound like fucking DMX. The burgers, the drinks, the holes, the ice cream, like, you know what I'm saying? But all of that shit, right? And to end all of the festivities and all of the money spent and all of the time and all of the conditions, like the cold and the hurt feet and all that, to go home sexless or headless, like, she seemed like she would have been severely disappointed in that, because of the fact that she would have expected something out of it. And I was trying to explain to her, like, as a man, I mean, that's just life. Like, that's just dating.
That's
Like
every day.
yeah, like that's just like that's literally what dating is. Like giving out pretty much funding field trips. You know what I'm saying? It's like being like it's actually being like a responsible chaperone. Because no chaperone would ever fuck
Funding
the
field
kid.
trips.
Yeah, because
You
no
should name an
chaperone.
episode that funding field trips.
no, because no responsible chaperone would ever fuck a student who's on that field trip. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that's kind of what dating is for dudes. You funding the field trips and you're not fucking the students. You just making sure that they have a great time. You're paying for it. You're making sure that they sign their permission slip so they could go. That's the consent. That's the permission. You know what I'm saying? And then you just take them, you make sure that they get back home safe. You make sure that they eat. You make sure that the transportation is taken care of. You just take care of all of that shit. And then you leave unfucked, and then but you gotta leave happy. You can't expect anything because then you get kind of labeled as like an asshole for expecting such a fast return on your investment, so to speak. But then what made it even more ironic is when I put the post up today of what do you expect, what do you expect sexually from someone that you're dating, not in a relationship, but just dating. All of the women replied with all this nasty shit. You gotta be nasty. You gotta want to be fucking. You gotta want to do this. You gotta drop dick off. You gotta make sure your throat is good and all this kind of. And it just, to me, it made me, excuse me, it made me like really step back and be like, wow, like we're really in two different worlds. We really are, because what makes it even triple ironic is all of the women who commented under were championing one another, but let a guy or a man say that a woman should be all of those things. A woman should be ready to fuck. A woman should have her throat ready. A woman should be super nasty just because I took her out on a date.
But you asked, what are the sexual expectations from the people you're dating, not general expectations from the people that you're dating.
Okay. But if you dating somebody, but that's maybe y'all got confused on the word dating. Because when I say dating, I literally mean going out on dates. But I'll give y'all that. It could have been misconstrued in the word. But I still think that my point is solid, because I don't think guys have much. I mean, and we'll talk about it. So I'm just talking for myself. I don't think guys have many expectations based off of taking somebody out, based off of spending some bread. I'm telling you, I wasn't expecting to get shit from that girl. Not one. And I think what made it crazy was the woman I was talking to last night on the live. She made it seem as if I was crazy, because she was like, yo, you did all that and you wasn't even expecting no sex. She was like, I wouldn't travel nowhere unless I know that I'm getting some dick on the other end of that. And that to me just really shows the disconnect between men and women, because I feel like men are ready and willing to take those L's, those financial L's, those time wasted L's, those I put in 100% effort to make sure everything went right L's, and I don't expect to get nothing on the other end of it. Because if I do expect it, then y'all looking at me like I'm a fucking jerk. Like, oh, what you mean? Just because you took me out to eat, you think I'm gonna be giving you some pussy on the other end? But if we turn it around, if a woman take a nigga out, you goddamn right she expect to get some dick on the other end of that. So that's kind of where the whole topic derived from. So I really just kind of want to get you guys' opinions and feelings on what are your expectations. I want to start there. What are your expectations in dating, not in relationships, when you're courting people, when you're taking people out, when you're funding field trips, when you're taking these chicks out on field trips? What do you expect sexually because of multiple funded field trips, if anything? And then I want to, I want to get feedback from the women as well. What do you go into dates expecting to give? And on the opposite end of that, if you were to ever pay for a date, do you expect anything on the other end of that? So y'all could take the floor. And the niggas who was on the Instagram live, I'm about to turn the Instagram live off. If you want to be part of the conversation, this is just a Patreon conversation. I usually try to stay on for like the first 30 minutes or so, just to kind of give y'all a gist of what we're talking about. But if you want to be a part of the conversation, you're more than welcome to. The link to the Zoom is on my Patreon. If you want to sign up or subscribe to the Patreon, go to my page, click the link in the bio. You sign up for that. And then once you get onto the Patreon, you will be able to see the link as big as day. It's the first post. And then you can enter the conversation and we could all chop it up. But I appreciate y'all for tuning in right now. But this is for the Patreon people only. So this ain't some shit that I do for free. Later. All right.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hey,
Oh shit. Nigga, I didn't even see you.
Bro.
What's poppin', nigga?
Bro.
Hey, Trav.
What's up, man? You know, I was gonna, my mind was all over the place. I was like, damn, maybe I want to go out because I've been working a couple of weeks. Did some crazy hours. So I said I was gonna go out. And usually I turn on your live while I'm, getting dressed or looking for something to wear. And then when I started hearing the story, the New York story, it sparked, was this the skier chick that we talked about once upon a time? The chick that was skiing?
You mean like she was doing coke or she was what?
No, like the chick that you used to try to holler at that was actually like into skiing, like slopes. Maybe different chick then.
I don't think she was into skiing. I don't.
All right, so I had the chicks mixed up, but then as I heard what the conversation was transitioning to and how you talking about expectations and like, well, no, just because I went up there and just because I got her a gift bag as a gesture and I might have paid for some Ubers and an event out, I was like, who does he sound like?
I sound like your dumbass.
No, but it's funny. It's funny because, mind you, we have the same mindset, but I have to say this is the first time ever that I've known you to share that publicly, to where just because we take a chick out, yes, as men, we spend money to entertain a woman who we find attractive and trying to holler at. The expectation is not necessarily sex. But then I know when I share my dating experiences with you, you say the same shit that old girl saying to you. Wait a minute, nigga, you went to such and such and did you touch a titty? Like,
well, wait.
It's like, no.
No, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. The distinction is,
okay,
your ass did it mad times. You did it within a certain length of time. You did it for a good 6 months before you even sniffed her drawers, bro. So I'm not letting you get away with that. If it's the first time I'm bringing her out, I don't expect her to be giving me nothing. But if it's a series of time I'm bringing you out, nah, bro. Yeah. Nah. Exactly. I'm not Santa Claus, bro. Like, what you mean?
So
I'm not letting you get away with that.
So to answer the question, the expectations obviously vary. I think obviously, in my opinion, you go off vibes as time progresses, right? So it's cool, you do something more casual, whatever, football game, out of the bar and grill, or you do something, whatever, low key. And then as you pick up on vibes, it kind of gauge you where once upon a time, as you used to ask me, how do I tell the difference between a chick that I might take to 54th Street or Applebee's compared to a chick that I might take to, say, a Capitol Grill or floor seats to a comedy show type of deal? And that all goes off of vibes as you spending time with each other. And then, you as time goes on, I always use the red light, yellow light, green light method. The yellow light is there to where, you taking a shot to try to run it before it turns red, and then nah, this is a no-go. type of deal. So I think the expectations all go off of vibes, and then we have to, which I know I don't do as well all the time. I'm blind, I wear glasses and shit. Read the room and read the response and the vibe from the chick. And then from there, if you feel like, well, all right, we at a point where I'm not sure if I'm cool with continue spending time with you, if there's no sex involved, then it's a real conversation to be had. Or in some cases, I'll just say in my cases, there's certain chicks who I started trying to pursue maybe in the first month or so. It's like, well, you know what, honestly, I'm just getting cool homie vibes or platonic vibes. And so then we'll kick it on that tip without the expectation of sex moving forward. So but that was amazing to me how you just told the story, how, yeah, you told chick, no, I didn't expect just because, I took a train and paid for some Ubers and bought her a gift that I was gonna get some ass. But I think if that was a story that came from me, you would have been all talking shit to me about, wait a minute, you ain't get no ass and you did all of that.
Well, like Vic said though, let me clarify. This was the last time I ever saw that woman in my life. We not doing it. Ain't no second. We not doing no second time, no second date, no second nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because to add on to the story of how bogus of a person I feel like that she was, at least in that scenario. Mind you, like, we got introduced to one another by a mutual friend, right? So like after the date, like maybe like the next day or the day after or something like that, she texts me on some like, let's just be cool, like let's just be homies, let's just be friends type shit, which is, that's code for like, I don't want to fuck with you. I get that, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, that's fine. But she told the mutual friend as if he wasn't going to tell me, because I told him the story verbatim. I told him exactly what happened. Told him how, you know what I'm saying, showed her how I showed up with a little gift baggie and all that, and what we did and all and everything. And he was as perplexed as I was as to why her energy was off, as to just why her energy was off, right? And he told me that when he talked to her, she thought that I was doing too much, were the terms. She thought I was doing too much by traveling all the way to New York City. She thought I was doing too much by getting up so early just to be there, just to see her. She thought I was doing too much by you know what I'm saying, giving her like a little gift bag or whatever. She just thought the whole ordeal was me doing too much. But yet she didn't want to tell me that. Honestly, me, that was the part that I felt insulted about the most, was the fact that you don't want to be my friend. We're not friends. We're not cool. So don't tell me you want to be my friend. Like, tell me why you don't want to see me no more. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like that's the type of shit that I would have respected way more. Like, just tell me that shit. You think bitches ain't turned me down before? I'd have been turned down a million times before this. You're not gonna hurt my fucking feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that to me, just, I was more upset at that than the wasted money or the wasted time or the hurt feet. You know what I'm saying? Or my frostbitten elbows. You know what I'm saying? Like, all
clothes should have been bigger.
Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You know what I mean? But I tell you what it was though, it was a real eye opener for me, just in terms of like trying to go above and beyond for women though, before you know them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was I think that was one of my, like, it made me be a lot more selective in what I'm going to do out of the kindness of my heart for people, just to make a good impression. So in that aspect going forward, it made me give a fuck about. It just made me give a lot less of a fuck about making a good impression on women on dates. Because even at that time, right? Because that was post Voldy. So even at that time, I really wasn't even going on a lot of dates. There's never really been an era in my life where I would say I've gone on a lot of dates. Like, so I've always been super selective in terms of like going out on dates with people. So it just so happens that even when I am selective about it, it's like I got to be even more selective because like clearly, you know what I'm saying? Like just people don't even appreciate shit. And like I said, I wasn't expecting to fuck. I wasn't expecting to get no ass. I wasn't expecting to get no hands. I wasn't expecting nothing. I really wasn't. What I was expecting was for her to fucking take her coat off. That's what I was expecting. So I couldn't even get that. Like I was expecting to see what her body looked like. I was expecting to see what her outfit looked like. I was expecting to see how much effort she put into picking out her clothes to come on this date, to come on this field trip. You know what I'm saying? To go to the amusement park. You know what I'm saying? But all the other shit, man, I wasn't expecting nothing. I'm curious to know I'm curious to know what do women think niggas expect from them going out when a man is funding your entire night. And I'm not, and I don't say that in sarcasm, because I'm assuming that you're going out on a date with a guy because he asked you to go out. So it's expected for him to pay for everything. But I still do wonder, like, what goes through your mind as a woman when a guy asks you out, then a guy, you know, takes you out and actually pays for the date as if he's supposed to. Like, do y'all feel like they expect something from you off the rip? Or like what's y'all mentality going into going out on dates with niggas?
Is it bad that I assume they want sex?
Say that again.
I said, is it bad that I assume that they want sex?
I think it is.
I mean,
I won't say it's bad. I just think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to the niggas like me and Trav.
Very unfair.
You're right. Yes, that it is unfair, but I mean, it's unfair. Yes, it is. But I'm just saying. Well, I can only speak for myself because if I go on a date, I don't expect niggas to pay for my date.
Wait, I'm sorry. Because let's go back to the you said, is it bad if I assume that niggas want sex? If you assume that niggas want sex, but you still go on a date, like what does that say about you?
That's facts. Mm-hmm. You had a good point.
I got a better question. Are you talking about one-off dates or like multiple dates?
I mean, I was just thinking. Oh yeah, go ahead, Jackson.
No, that was more geared to Jackson towards this topic.
I'm talking about going out on dates where y'all have not had sex yet. So it could be one date, it could be multiple.
Okay, so
I'm interested in, like, as far as the women's opinions, I'm interested in when they start, or like on what number date do you start assuming that the guy wants something, you know what I'm saying, like reciprocated from you in a physical form though?
Oh yeah, so that does change my answer. My bad, Jackson.
Changes it to what?
I don't assume the very first time, like, oh, you met me the first day, so like, hey, let me take you on a date. I don't think the very first time, no. So yeah, that did change it. Thanks, Vic, for saying that, because that does change what I thought. I thought you meant like in general, like if y'all keep dating over and over again, but nothing's happening. It's like, so what, you want sex, right? Like you want something.
When do you feel like you start having those thoughts?
Maybe like the fourth date in, maybe about the fourth time. But like I said, if I go on a date, I'm gonna assume I'm gonna pay for myself, or I'm gonna try to pay for myself too. And then they're like, no, move, I'm paying for it. So But yeah, by the fourth one, yeah.
What's the what's the idea? What's the angle with that move? Like, what's the strategy behind that?
What strategy?
What's the
me
strategy
paying for myself?
Yeah, but like being but like not really wanting to do it though. Like, what's the strategy behind? But what's the strategy behind like doing like the fake reach into your purse?
No, but that's not fake for me. I'm paying for my stuff.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying like, but what's the strategy behind that though? Because like, if I ask you to go out on a date, why wouldn't you? I don't have anything against you bringing your wallet, like bringing your purse, bringing your own money. But like, what's the strategy behind like actually going for it as if you're gonna pay for yourself, waiting for the man to be like, nah, what you doing? I got you. Like, what's the strategy behind that?
So it's not a strategy. Because I feel like we don't know. For me and my retarded way of thinking, we don't know each other. So I'll pay for me, you pay for you, or I'll try to cover all of it, whatever. Like it's not a big deal. But I don't jump in and assuming like, oh, because you asked me on a date that you're gonna pay for it. I don't know why I don't think like that. I just like, I'm paying for me, you pay for you, and then I guess later on, if we get to know each other, like, okay, no, you don't pay for this one, I got it. And then if we go somewhere else, like he'll pay for it. Like we can go back and forth. But I feel like once we're getting to know each other, I'd rather just pay for my own stuff. It's not strategic. I just rather pay for my own.
So you would prefer to do it?
Honestly, yeah, because we're getting to know each other. I don't want it to be like, oh, you keep taking me out on a date, but you're not. Like, I don't know. I just feel like that's, to me in my stupid brain, I feel like that's not fair. Like, we're getting to know each other. So I'll pay for mine, you can pay for yours. And I guess if we get more comfortable with each other, if you want to pay for it one time, okay, cool. And then I'll pay for the next one. Like, we can just go back and forth.
Is that something that you discuss before you actually go out on a date though? Or is that like a at the table when the bill comes split decision?
I've gone out like once or twice where we've had the conversation beforehand, or sometimes once it comes to the table, I'm like, oh, I'll get mine. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, if you're gonna strong arm me for it, I ain't gonna fight you about it, like make a scene or nothing. But I just assume when we're going on a date, like I'm gonna pay for mine, you're gonna pay for yours.
I mean,
it's not strategic. I just
don't understand it, because I've been out with women like that too, and I think what it does to me, I can't speak for other men, right? But what it does to me is like, for one, it's a little insulting.
Why?
I'm gonna get into it. It's a little insulting because if we're out on a date that I asked you to go on, like, why? What about me says that I'm gonna ask you to go here, and then when the bill comes, I'm gonna look at you?
See, but I'm not looking at. So, but okay. So if I ask him out on a date, I pay for it, right? Because I asked him.
Okay.
So is that still insulting since I asked him on a date?
No, I'm gonna shoot her some bail. I have a friend, right? And I know both of them. They're both my friends. And he asked her to go to the movies. When it was time to go to the window, that nigga looked at her like, what's up? You know what I mean?
That nigga.
Like, and it's like, but I think from with women, sometimes they do it. I think sometimes they do it to test you, and sometimes they do it just in case they don't want to assume that you are gonna pay. You know what I mean? Like, cause I said, my other friend called me and she was like, "Yo, you know what Reginald did? This, that, or third, asked me on a date, and then next thing you know, I get stuck with the bill. We looking at each other." So I think that's why some do it. On another note, I've heard women say they testing you, and if they pay, that means you ain't getting like. There's nothing serious that's gonna become of that. So I don't know.
That's not.
Well,
fair.
with me, right? First, I would say, no offense to your homie, but Reginald just ain't shit. You don't ask somebody out. You don't ask. Like, I don't ask you to fucking disrupt whatever plans that you may have had, and say, yo, fuck your plans. Let's go here. Go here with me. I want to go do something, and I want company, and I want you specifically to be my company. And
But
then
how is that disrupting if she agrees? Like, yeah, I don't got nothing going on. Let's go. That's not
because
disrupting.
I don't know. No, but I'm saying is like because we don't know what if I'm asking you to do something on Friday, I don't know what you got going on Friday.
But shouldn't she say I got something going on? Can we try it on Saturday?
But if she wanna, what I'm saying is if she wants to accompany me, she gonna cancel whatever her said plans may have been. That's not none of my business. But as a courtesy, if I'm asking you to do something that you would have never planned on doing, if I would have never said anything, why wouldn't I pay for that? That's like if I were like, yo, I'm hungry. Let's go grab something to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm at my house, you at your house, but then I call you and say, yo, I'm hungry, yo. You want to go try that new sandwich spot in the city real fast? You know what I'm saying? I just feel like trying that shit right now. I don't know what the fuck you doing. You could be watching a movie, you could be getting some dick, you could be fucking jacking off with one of Nick's toys or something. But you decide to be like, you know what?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go. I can just be like, you know what? You can just be like, yeah, like I'm gonna meet you there or whatever. And then we get there, and then when the fucking bill come, I'm looking at you. Like that don't make sense to me.
But are you looking at me to pay for mine, or are you looking at me to pay for both?
I shouldn't be looking at you to pay for nothing.
Because he said he invited
But
you.
is it insult? But my question is it insulting if you take me? If I take you though, is it insulting if I pay for it?
It's not insulting if the roles are reversed and I was jacking off or I was watching porn or I was watching a movie.
The one who makes
or like the fucking girl who I told the story about.
Right.
Where I was just chilling in the crib. She said, "What you doing?" I said, "I'm doing my regular Friday. I got my fucking Chipotle. I'm in front of the computer. I'm doing some work and I'm chilling." And then she was like, "Nah, you need to get out of the house." And I was like, "Nah, I'm chilling because this is my Friday. This is what I do." She was like, "No, you ever been to such and such?" I was like, "No, because I don't do shit." She was like, "Nah, you need to get up out your house and you need to do something and this and that. And you coming out on Friday." I was like, you know what? All right, since you're not gonna take no for an answer, all right, cool. Then we get there. I don't want to go for real, but I go. So I own that part. I go because you're not taking no for an answer. I get out. We get drinks. I don't even fucking drink like that. I'm not a drinker like that unless I'm around like my real fucking friends or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So we get there, we get drinks, we get food. We go to fucking smoke hookah. I hate hookah. I don't I know you do. And then when the fucking bill come, you look at me.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that was messed up.
Yeah, she was. Shit, yeah, that was the meals. She was bored.
Walk out. I'm gonna walk out.
But
I gotta use the bathroom.
I used the bathroom.
You paid that, man.
But
I don't believe it, Trav. You paid.
But even in the,
I don't believe Trav.
Even in the
I'm paying.
I mean, I paid. I paid.
Yeah, I don't believe Trav wouldn't pay. Like Trav will pay. I know he will pay.
I'm setting over up in the bathroom.
I remember that story from Jay Jackson, and I know he was, disappointed in it. And I mean, but granted, like I told him before, and we talk about this, just I mean, gender roles. Like, yeah, I would say if a woman invites, I'll speak for myself. If a woman invites me out, I'll say this, it says a lot about the gesture if she offers, well, hey, no, I got it. I invited you out. I wanted us to hang, whatever. Okay, that's a mental note because I appreciate that gesture of her. That's her etiquette to say, no, I invited you out to spend time with me. Let me take care of the festivities while still I'm going to say, well, to me in my mind, well, no, I'm the man here still. But this is just me and my masculine mentality. Like,
listen, I was minding my business.
Wait.
I don't know about that, Trav. I was minding my business, scratching my balls at home, watching TV, and then you asked me to come. Like, I know I had a friend that did that before. Like, like it's the dating etiquette is whoever asks the other person to come out should be the one paying. Like, if I'm in Jackson's position where I'm like, I have a regular Friday routine, you take me out of the routine and then look at me when the bill comes, Like, come on, come on. That's general human decency. Like that man didn't even want to step outside. You know, it's not a matter of gender roles in that case. Like, I didn't even want to step outside. I had Chipotle. Like, I already had whatever I was doing. Like, I already bought my food, and now you took me out to buy you food. Because essentially that was
drinks and hookah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Like I told Jay Jackson at the time, well, in my opinion, if you know in advance that, well, nah, I don't know chick like that or like chick like that to want to pay to go out and kick it with her, then you just adamantly decline. Like,
did you even smash? Like, you had sex that night? Did y'all do anything?
No, and I see you, Chris. Let me say this real quick, and then we're gonna go to Chris. The only this is why it was even more fucked up, right? Because at the time, I was interested in the girl, and actually, this was actually her second chance. So I take even more accountability, right? And I think I said this when I actually talked about it, because this was another girl where we were like dating or talking or whatever, but then like one of her exes, she basically decided she was gonna try to work it out with one of her exes, and that was when we was when Sex with Strangers was in Atlanta. We was about to do our live show there, and that's kind of when, and I forget if that was 2018 or 2019. I really don't remember, but that's when like we were dating like the first time. And that's when she hit me with the whole like, oh, I got something to talk to you about, like when you get back or some shit. And basically, she was just gonna try to work it out with her ex. So then it didn't work out with her ex, which it never do. Every time that happens, it never does. Then the person comes back around, and that was her coming back around. So what it was to me, which is why I fell for the okie doke, was because I was like, okay, this is her extending the olive branch. This is her extending the olive branch. She, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't want to take no for an answer, basically because she wants to make it up to me. So you know what? All right, cool. Make it up to me. I'll give you that. I'll accept your olive branch extension. So then we get there, and then that's when the bill comes, and that's when she pulled her shit. So at that point, it's like, all right, you know what? If it costs this much to get rid of you, my nigga, I got it. And that's one thing. That's one thing about me. I don't know if it's some Libra shit or if it's just some me shit. I'll let you get your bullshit off. We not never gonna. You'll find out how we not ever gonna talk no more. I'll let you get your bullshit off, and I'll take the L, and I'll pay the bill. But we not gonna fuck with each other no more. You're not ever gonna see me. You know what I'm saying? Not on purpose. You're not gonna see me on purpose. It's not gonna be scheduled. Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
I agree with not paying for it, but I do understand what Trav is saying and also what you're saying. In that circumstance, you in a predicament. You do have to make a judgment call, and as a man, you do what you think is best and just get yourself out of the situation. However, if you call me and get me out the house, and then decide all these festivities that I don't really portray, party and kick it and do, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to set this Uber up. When I get out, I'm hitting the door. Y'all going to figure that out amongst y'all.
Absolutely.
Because like you said, you literally just got me out of my house because maybe I did need to get out. Mm-hmm. But I didn't plan on spending none of this stuff, doing none of this stuff. And I don't feel the comfort of being here. Yeah, I'm not doing that. But I do understand you paying for it. Like, that's not a situation to say you like a sucker. Because no, as a man, you got to go ahead and get about this situation. And yeah, cut that L, loss, whatever you see. Yeah. But that's crazy. That's a story that, yeah, I wouldn't expect to hear that out of you.
It's so funny though, because like, just because of like my, the pod and shit and some of like the way I talk sometimes, people really do be thinking I'm like a cutthroat asshole, and I'm really not. I think what sucks is like, and I'm sure Travis, you can attest to this as well. But we are living in a time kind of where it's like, even if you separate yourself from the pack by being a gentleman or by being a nice guy or by being a good guy or whatever those trigger words are, sometimes you can separate yourself from the pack by doing it, but sometimes you put a target on your back by that separation as well. Like, and it sometimes it can be hard to tell like who really appreciates what you do and who is trying to use you for what you do. Like sometimes that is hard. Say that again.
I want to give an example of what you're saying, right? You know this story because I told it to you right before the pod on Saturday. So there's a person I was talking to, right? And she decides, so we talking, we're going on like 3 dates, right? So we're going 2 days. Third date, I'm like, you know what, man, I don't want to be going outside like that, blah, blah, blah. She like, what we doing? I said, yo, come to the crib, I'm gonna cook, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And you know the story, right? Come to the crib, I'm gonna cook, this, that, and third. The next day, the day we supposed to go out, because this literally just happened. The day we supposed to go out, she hits me up. She texts me like 6 a.m. Yo, I feel like I got a lot of things I got to concentrate on as far as work and career. I don't want to do this anymore. So, you know the reactions. You could do like a thumbs up reaction, a heart reaction, all the other stuff. So I put a heart reaction and say, yo, you should always follow your instincts. And that's it. 12 o'clock hits. She's like, yeah, I wanted to do something serious, but it seemed like you want some other shit. I feel like I'm being pressured. So I say, yo, think you look good. I think you're pretty. I just want to get to know you. I just want to chill, eat, and relax at the crib. I don't always want to be going out, but if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. You know, if you ever change your mind, give me a call. That's 12. 6 o'clock comes. I'm in the middle of a tattoo. And this is 6 o'clock is when we were supposed to meet, by the way. In the middle of a tattoo. She calls me. Yo, we gotta talk. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Yeah, I wanted to be serious with you, but you blah, blah, blah. And I told you I wanted to do the Steve Harvey thing. I was like, what's Steve Harvey thing? What are you talking about?
She wanted to wear baggier clothes? Like, what do you mean?
She talking about like, yo, I wanted to do 90 days. So I said, cool, you know, I didn't know this was the rules of the engagement. That's how you feel, blah, blah, blah. And you remember I was telling you, I was like, if that's what you want to do, we not gonna be fucking for 90 days, but that don't mean I'm not gonna be doing nothing. But hey, knock yourself out.
What's funny is I remember you sent me that. You was like, yo, how you feel about this? And I said the exact same thing. I was like, yo, I would respect it. I'm not gonna never make somebody feel bad about their own standards, how they take care of their body, what they don't do. That you do your 90-day shit over there. But if I get a chance to get some head within the next 3 months, goddamn, fuck out of here. I'm just saying.
That was my thing too. And then the next day hit, and I was like, hold up. This is the same person. You remember I told you the story where she sat on my lap to try to kind of check the size of me, and it was my therapist that was taking a picture. I said this story. It's like she pulled her titties out in the middle in the car.
Look at right here. As soon as you said she put her titties out, she
in the middle of a parking lot.
Oh, 100%.
You pulled your joint out in the middle of a parking lot when we were on a date. Just talking about put your mouth on it. And then I was like, I texted her like,
did you put your mouth on it?
Yeah. Like, she talking about like she legit pulled it out. And I was like, and then it hit me. So, okay, so you want me to be going on dates. You feel offended that we're going on dates on a regular basis, and you feel offended that I asked you to come to my crib. And I'm like, if you didn't present yourself like that to me, I would do the 90 days, but that's not what's going on over here. So I said, you know what? I texted and I sent you the text. I said, you know what? I know I'm petty for this because I said the same exact wording she said. I just want to focus on myself. Like, I want to follow my instinct.
I have a question for the gentleman too.
Me? Okay.
For all of you, all of the men here.
Yeah, so I just want to follow my instincts, and I don't want to, I want to keep it pushing. When I tell you I got cursed out from head, bruh, like the words that was said to me, bruh, like like as a man, I never. But the whole point I made, my whole thing was, don't waste my time. You feel me? Don't waste my time. You want me to be taking you out on dates within this 3 months, and I'm gonna just be having my dick in my hand the whole time? Yeah. Like, don't waste my time. Like, and it's funny because she called me on no block number recently. My dumbass picked up because I thought it was someone else, and we had the conversation. And I told her verbatim, listen, I'm not making no apologies. I do want to have sex with you. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not apologizing for that. This is the way this thing called attraction works. The man wants to have sex with you, so he does whatever it takes to get to that point. And I told her, the only thing you should worry about is if I only want to have sex with you. If that's the only thing I want from you. You understand what I'm saying? But this weird thing and that's why I asked the question, is this a one-off thing or a series of things? Because if I'm taking you out on a series of dates, that's foolish to think that I don't want to have sex with you. As a man, that's foolish. Like, why am I taking you out on these? What about me tells you I want to play the role of taking you out on a regular basis, and you, on the other hand, receiving this, but you think nothing comes with it? Like, come on. Like, I think that's foolish to ever think like that. And that's just me, man. That's just me. Like, I think that's extremely foolish. So, yeah, when we taking you out on date, now, do I expect sex on the first date? Nah. Second date? Nah, I'm not doing that just for that. But I mean, let's be real with each other. The way attraction works is a dude want to smash, he finds you attractive, and he does the necessary things to get to that eventual point. Mm-hmm. So that's just me. But what's the question you want to ask, man?
I want to ask the men here. Have you guys ever been faced on the opposite end of the whole scenario where you're dating a woman, you're interested in that woman, but you have to tell them, I don't want to have sex with you right away? Yeah. And she may be like, I'm trying to have sex with you. I'm trying to holler. What's up? Have any of you been in that situation where you had to tell a woman that you were genuinely interested in, that you did not want to have sex with them, and that she kept, being persistent about it? And how exactly did that make you feel?
Absolutely. And I've had it with older women more than anything else. Like, if they in their 50s, they come in at full force. They not
more young blood. You ever had a thin thing like
that? Say that
this?
again, Philip.
Hormones.
I said they're not pulling any punches at all. Like, if they over 50 and they think they halfway looking good, or they think they fine, yeah, they coming with it. And then they gonna, like, what was that movie, that Eddie Murphy movie where they, like, where the chick put up her skirt and, like, you don't want this, Eddie?
Yeah. A boomerang.
Straight up. It really is like that.
Like, my man was like, Professor Obervie, kid. Like, that's
like,
crazy.
What's wrong with this pussy? What's wrong with you? Like, what's wrong with you? Why don't you want to fuck me? And it's like, oh, I can't believe I said that out loud. But what's wrong with you? Why don't you want to have sex with me? And it's like, I want to get to know you. I'm not that type of guy. It's like, he feel all types of goofy ways. It's like when that role is reversed, it's like,
and women are more aggressive when that role is reversed too.
They get super angry, like so mad.
How did that make you feel?
Rejection the same way.
PJ, how did that make you feel though? If this was a woman that you were interested in?
How did it make me feel? It made me feel like, wow, I guess there was nothing.
Justified?
No, not even that. Like nothing could like transpire from this. Like it would have been if my mind was set on just like trying to have sex with her, cool. But like I really wanted to try to build and do something with her. And it made me think like there could be nothing past the bedroom with her at all. And at that point in my life, I just didn't, well, not that point in my life, I just didn't want that with her. Like I wanted something more. She had more, and I hate to say it this way, but there was more value to her than just that. And it could have been, in my mind, it could have been a lot better, but it's just what it was and how it was. The presentation is everything. But I guess it's the same way with guys. When a guy is approaching a young lady and then she got that sundress on and he's talking about her in that sundress or whatnot, as opposed to like, I don't know, complimenting her mind or the things that she's interested in or things of that nature. But it's just whatever people want and their perspective in the moment.
It's a slippery slope. Semi-similar, like in my scenario though, it was more so I had one, and yeah, she was a few years older, just coincidentally, but it was, oh, hey, do you see me in this sexual way? Because, you know, I would fuck the shit out of you, but you haven't came off assertive or aggressive in that way towards me. So I'm thinking like maybe, all right, you know, there's something going on that you just don't see me a certain way, or, you know, we not vibing type of deal. And I mean, to his point, I said, well, for me, first, I don't want to give the impression that, especially at first, that that's one. So for me, it more makes me feel flattered because then, okay, now it's not so much having to be tippy-toeing around it kind of deal. I know that, all right, she's cool with this if I made a move. But in the beginning, and I'll speak for myself, you just don't know. And that's one of those, in my opinion, it's hard to backtrack from. So when you're and some men are just, you know, kind of overly assertive, overly aggressive, and want to put it out there, date one or date two, and then the chick feels a certain kind of way, especially up front in the beginning, like, oh, well, shit, we was just 2 hours into the date, and all he want to talk about is how my titties look. Or,
hey, yo, Vic, pull your camera up, dog.
Yo, my bad.
But to this point,
yo, bad.
It's how you present it. Communication. So it's cool. It's cool when the chick says, actually, it's very convenient when the chick is saying, well, hey, you know, I'm feeling this sexual vibe with you, but I don't get that kind of vibe from you. So what's going on? And then we can have the adult conversation of what it is and what it isn't. But I mean, I don't know about others. Those kind of mature conversations are rare, far in between, in my experience. Because most of the time it goes by, all right, the man is going to try a move, and then we have to read to find out if, okay, she's receptive to it, and then we kind of gauge from there rather than, you know, the conversation advance. Hey, this is like date number 6, so, you know, after tonight, it's going down, right? It's just, the conversation typically don't go like that. So, you know, it's off of vibes typically. But I mean, it didn't make me feel any kind of way negative. It was more so, sure, I was flattered, and then it helped provide clarity to, you know, what it was and what it wasn't. Like, well, hey, this is how I see you, and, you know, hey, I want the sex with you just as much, but I didn't want to give you the misperception that that's all I wanted, or that was just my number one goal here. Mm-hmm. So that's how I handle it in my case.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Nice.
Nah, because she said somebody that you're like genuinely interested in.
Right. Somebody that you're dating, that somebody that you like, not somebody who's just throwing a pussy at you. This is somebody that you like you're dating, or either dating or going out on dates, because there's a difference. There is a difference. Mm-hmm. But it's not somebody that's just throwing it at you. Like, they see you go to the club and she's like, oh, you got nice shoes on, I want to fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing like that.
You know, that's, and I didn't have some really nice shoes. I ain't never heard no bitch say that to me. I'm just saying. I don't think that's how it go now, Nick.
No, I'm just saying, you know, it's somebody that you're either dating or, you know, have gone out on dates with. But it's definitely genuine interest. And you're like, because that's typically what happens to women. That's what happens to us. We go out on dates with men that we like or are getting to know over a course of time. And of course they want to fuck. Like the whole reason why this person is remotely attracted to you is the physical first.
Right.
You know, that's what draws them in typically. And then they get to know you and see what your head is about and become either more attracted or less attractive. But either way, you know, when you become more attractive, they're going to become more attracted to you, and the energy is going to be exchanged between you two, right? Like the vibes and all that good stuff, whatever you want to call it. And they want to fuck. And you're like, no, but I do like you. I don't want you to think I don't like you because I'm not trying to fuck right now. But let's wait. Let's wait.
I've gotten more so that energy like my whole life of like women saying that they like me, but because they genuinely like me, they don't want to have sex with me. Like they'd rather have sex with the niggas that they don't like and like give them all the amazing nasty shit. But then
how does that make sense?
Because Jackson gives off wifey vibes.
Yeah,
he gives off wifey vibes. He's that guy that if you, in my opinion, for women that I know, and I've seen interactions with Jackson of different women that crush on him. These women, they don't want to just fuck him. They want to be with him. They want to be in a relationship with him.
Yeah.
They don't want to just fuck him. You know what I'm saying?
That's the worst.
What was that, Jackson?
That is the worst. Like that's the worst.
That is.
That's the worst type of nigga.
I know exactly how that feels.
Nah, but
Hey, Jackson, we call that like-itis, right? Like-itis.
I like him-itis.
I honestly,
I've had I like him-itis disease for about 23 years now. I got diagnosed very early with I like him-itis.
It's like the dumbest excuse. It's like the dumbest excuse.
I'm gonna be real with you.
It is very different.
It's like you should be the one that you want to give it to and put it on, and then get him to like you. Like if that's what you want, if that's what you believe to do it.
But he's been very transparent that you don't think that you're gonna put good pussy or good head on me and think you're gonna get a relationship because I'm gonna take at least a year to get to know you. a minimum of a year.
That's fair.
To get to know you before, you know what I'm saying?
That's fair,
and
right?
then you got, you know, the women that just I can't control my feelings. I just love you so much. I want you in my life. And then next thing you know, cars is being busted, windows is being busted out of cars that ain't his. You know what I mean?
It's interesting to me because, hey y'all, hey everybody.
Hey Timmy.
Hey.
Sorry, Frex.
I am kind of that way, but for different reasons. So my reasons for not, if I actually like somebody, is one of two things. One, once we have sex and it's good, I'm no longer listening to you at all. I'm no longer getting to know you. I just want the sex. And I know that is a very horrible way to think, but my mind gets thrown. I can no longer focus on getting to know you. So at that point in time, it's just the sex. It's like my mind reroutes. Like the sex is good. Yeah, like I hear you talking, but your voice goes from like audible words to like womp 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 womp, and like that's all I hear.
I know exactly what you're talking
about. Yeah. So
what if I can guarantee that the sex won't be great? See, I've been telling women that for years.
That's my other reason for not. If I do like you and we have sex too soon and the sex is bad, I'm going to naturally not like you anymore. Now I actually don't want to get to know you, versus if I would have actually liked you and fell for you, you know, your personality and like that whole thing, then the sex might be a little better because I already like you, right? Women, like, well, not women, me,
you're fucked.
If I don't know you enough to like, or no, let me say it this way. Sex is a little better regardless of how the dick actually is. If a woman likes you, she's willing to take generally a little more lackluster dick, generally. If she already likes you. Now, I'm not saying every woman, but I'm saying sometimes if a woman likes you, she's willing to accept a little less greatness from sex if she likes you.
Are we talking
generally?
We talking about black women? Are we talking about? Who we talking about?
But no, I'm not. I know that everybody.
If y'all don't
stay fucking a nigga because she likes him,
man. Introduce me to 5 bitches that take mediocre dick right now, please.
It's a thing. It's a thing. Women are in love with these niggas, and they'll tell you in a second that the sex ain't great, but like they be in love.
That's because women like hurting niggas' feelings.
No.
Women like what?
Women like breaking niggas down, hurting their feelings and shit.
You can't tell a woman what women like when I'm telling you how women are. You can't do that.
Man, let me get my jokes off. You all serious and shit.
Oh, my bad.
I have a question.
Okay. My bad.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Who's this? Who that?
This is Chris.
Oh, okay. I ain't see a box like
that. Hey, Freckles. So would you be okay? Would you be okay with him saying that he wants to wait because he thinks it's better than you could probably deal with?
What?
What I
mean, he would be the only person to know. So what if he said, "All right,
nigga, what
you want to, but okay, yeah, you want to, but
excuse me,
I don't think you're ready for that."
So what I don't like is somebody telling me what they think I can handle. If you want to wait, let your reasoning be because you want to wait, not because you think you know what I want.
Okay, no, I respect that. I'm just thinking of, like, you say, all right, if it's too good, then I'm not going to want nothing more. And what if that man, and this is just out there in the world, what if that man actually believes he can deliver that and knows that and doesn't want to mess that up with you?
Freck, you're fucked.
What? Never mind.
Wait,
sorry.
What did I Jackson, why are you laughing? What did I do?
Because you're fucked, man. Either way.
That's what I'm thinking, Jax. That's what I'm thinking.
You're fucked because you said you just said, right, when you began your soliloquy, how beautiful it was.
Boy, fuck you.
You just said, you know what I'm saying? I can't, if the sex is too good, then I'm not going to be able to hear that man and get to know him as a person, to like him even more. And then you also said that if you do like him, you actually don't want to have sex because if it's bad, then you're not going to even want to get to know him. And then when Chris said, well, what if he just comes out in front and says, you know what? I know how you think, so I don't even want to have sex with you because I know I'm going to fucking put it down. Then you said, don't tell me how to feel.
Right.
So I wasn't the only one that heard it. All right.
Wait.
Go ahead, Frank. Get him.
No. I'm not following, and it could be me. I'm extremely tired. So, can somebody help me understand what these two fellas are like?
They're basically saying whatever angle he tries with you, it's a lose-lose situation because if it's too good, you're not gonna want nothing serious. If it's bad, you don't want to deal with him. And if he says, you know what, I know if it's good or bad, she's not gonna want to deal like a certain result is gonna happen.
Then she's
gonna be mad. So
be
I'm assuming that my joint is so good that let me just like tell you, you know what, I like you, but I don't want to put it on you right now because you know I don't want to ruin this. So any option that he takes,
right. Like him saying, I got good dick, okay, and I don't want to fuck your life up right now.
Yeah, it's like,
and I know I got good, and I know I got good dick. Right. You don't want to be right.
But it's almost like whatever option he takes, he's screwed.
Yeah.
So I wasn't the only person. I wasn't the only person that heard it.
It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery
we just
slope.
said 3 different options, and all 3 options could lead to like
to
It not work.
nothingness.
Yeah.
To nothing. To
Yeah,
nothing.
but like this is the thing that I always tell Jackson. For some reason, it's always an absolute. Like clearly like there's room to navigate within this space because I'm not a virgin. I be fucking, right? So like clearly there's room within this space to navigate. What I am saying is there is a very thin line in between when, and it really comes down to expectations of what I'm looking for from that person. It really has a lot to do with that. And I'm not saying that there's an absolute here because I just don't work that way. But what I said wasn't meant to contradict any of my points, actually. There were 3 different things that I said, and they weren't meant to contradict each other at all.
They weren't meant to. I'm just saying that they sounded like they did. That's all.
I heard you.
Because if you saying that you are fucking, you have fucked, you will fuck, and you are currently fucking. My question, just in terms of this scenario, right? Are you clearly you fucking somebody? If you're fucking someone and you're fucking them consistently, you're fucking them because you feel like the dick is quality. So then that would lead to the next question of like, well, it's because the dick is quality. Does that mean that you're not able to figure out who they are as a person because they just sound like Charlie Brown teacher? That because that's what you just said. Or
but why are like you assuming that the person that I'm fucking I didn't get to know first?
I'm just going off of what you just said.
Right, but that's what I'm saying to you. You it's like you all are hearing it's like you're pulling apart my statements to respond to what you want to respond to instead of listening to the entire statement.
But I think we heard it. It's just from the person who's receiving it, we're telling you what we're hearing. Like, I don't think I'm taking active. I don't think I'm actively listening to pull apart the statement. It's you're saying on one hand, if you have good sex with someone, it's almost as if you hear a Charlie Brown effect. Then on another hand, if it sucks, you're not going to want to deal with him. And then I forgot what was the third one. So I don't think I don't think we're purposely trying to pull apart your argument. We're saying how we're perceiving it from our end.
This is all based on early stage.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, let me make it personal. Vic, I meet you today. Next week, we have the opportunity to have sex and it's really great. I don't know you. All I know at that point in time is that the sex is good. At that point in time, all I want from you is sex. Right? Now, if we have sex and the sex is bad, now I'm turned off. Now I don't want to get to know you anymore at all. The sex is trash. I actually don't want anything from you at this point in time.
This is for the point of the conversation, right? Because I don't want my reputation out.
No, this is no, this is strictly for conversation.
Yeah, I'm just joking. But okay.
And then if I meet you today, and then next week you're like, look, a lot of bitches been telling me my dick is really great. Like, you ain't gonna be able to handle this. So like, I don't even want to fuck your life up like that.
Right.
That's what shit.
Like
that's like the shit Cam was saying.
Where he at? Right.
But
like, I'll tell you this.
But if that's what you say to me, like that's your right. Like you have the right to like hold the dick away from me because some bitches done told you it was really just that great. My only thought is that like I know what they told you, but like quality dick ain't quality to everybody. So like I don't really. Again, if you want to hold back,
give it here, Mister. That's how you sound.
I think if
let me be the judge.
Right.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying. Like, let me be the judge of that. I'm not, and not to mention, I never really speak about that stuff because you put mad pressure on yourself if you sit here and say that nonsense. So I get what you're saying, sir. Like I totally get it.
Me making it personal, were the three parts separated at that point?
It makes sense, yeah.
There's still the 3 parts though.
Right.
So,
yeah. My still points were still 3 points.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for answering. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for answering.
So listening to all of this back and forth and this banter, and hey everybody.
Oh, Mama Jackson.
Hey, Mom.
Hey.
I'm listening, and the word that you all are throwing around is date. And so I went and I read to the dictionary and I looked at the word date, and it goes on. But my question, my overarching question is, fellas, how many dates? It's almost like how many licks of a sucker does it take to get to the center? How
You're
many
talking
dates?
about her mouth again, Jackson.
How many dates does it take? No, listen, pump your brakes. How many dates does it take for you all to want to smash a girl? Because early in the conversation, Nick said, and the fellas agreed, and it's known, men are visual. So when you all see a woman who is built up, that's you all think about, you want to hit it. Don't think that women don't feel the same way. When I see a man that looks good in what I want, that's the first, I know who I want to go to bed with, just like you all know who you want to smash. Mm-hmm. So my question is to the fellas and the ladies, to the conversation, how many dates does it take before you have just information gathering time? Or do you want to sprinkle it with a romantic date where you throw the vibes of I want to have some tonight? Because it sounds like the timetable is different for both for the female and for the male. So my question to everybody is there a quantitative or qualitative? Does having sex depend on the quantitative, how many times you go dating? Steve Harvey 90 days? Or is the time or the idea to have the conversation or have sex bent on qualitative? You getting to know the person and you kind of know their emotions and you're feeling them. Because when I go back in the dictionary for the definition of date, I'm not going to read them all because I'm thirsty, but it says basically at definition number 6, a person
Come on, English teacher. What you doing?
It's not English. I don't have my cheaters on. I hate it because I tried to memorize it. A person with whom you have a usually romantic date. So, and then that's the definition for romantic. The definition for date, that's the definition for date. And it used romantic. And then you look up the definition for romantic, it tells you if you have an emotional appeal. So how many dates does it take, people, for you to just want to gather information or for you to just have that emotional appeal? Because sometimes, some night, whatever night it might be, what you're drinking, your emotional vibe and energy is up, and that's when you feel horny and you want to smash. The trick is you want to try to catch whatever type of partner you want to engage in sex with. You want to catch them on that same wave. And that's where the games begin of dating. And you got to eat. So I got about 6 or 7 bullets. I'll stop and come back. I want to hear your feedback though. So what's your definition of a date if it's not from the dictionary that I just read? And how many? What is it that will justify having sexpectations? Is it the quantitative or the qualitative experiences that you have with that person?
Are you asking the men specifically?
Both. Well, if men are having sex with men, sure. If men are having sex with women, sure.
Right.
I want to. Who you having sex with?
Okay.
Typically, about 3 to 4 dates is usually, at least from my experience, what it has been.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. What you saying?
No, look, I mean, and it's not a competition, but it's really just let's being transparent. What's your number? So your number is 3. Is that what you're saying, Vic?
Yeah, 3 to 4 days.
Okay.
3 to 4 days.
Okay.
think it's a simple question, Ms. Jackson, with a simple answer. I think us as men, I won't speak for everybody, but my generic perspective is men are probably going to be more on the quantitative side because, and I'm just going off of conversation I have with your son on a regular.
To speak for everybody so bad, my nigga. Yes.
So what's your number?
So for
78
for me, I'm not outlining. I don't necessarily have a number. For me, it's qualitative, but as men, and it would surprise me if a lot of men say differently, because a lot of men are going to say, well, because I know Jay Jackson will say, well, nigga, it's been X amount of dates.
What's your number?
I don't have a number.
78,
okay, fine.
Going to say
Trav,
qualitative, and most men are going to say quantitative.
If I heard you, Trav, you said most men, if you're speaking for most men, but you're only speaking for yourself, you said quantitative, and then you said qualitative, correct?
For me personally, qualitative. I think men generically are probably going to give you a quantitative answer. I think the women are going to say qualitative.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Jack, I actually want to tell you, okay, from the experience I told you with this young lady, where I said that she said to Steve Harvey, and then I was perturbed by that. The reason I was
Come on, Miss Jackson in here with the big words, guys. You want to get all fancy and shit? Get out of here, Vic. Get out of here.
Get up in there. We are elevated.
The reason why I was more disturbed by that or whatnot is because when I first came into that situation with that person, I just came from a previous relationship where in the beginning of that relationship, I was celibate.
Okay.
And that was a conscious decision on mine. Now that I'm not with that person, when I left it, the decision for me was, do you want to continue being celibate out here or do you want to have sex?
Okay.
That was expressed to this person. Okay. So I told her, I'm going to be real with you. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to be having sex out here. And she's like, that particular person told me told me, listen, I'm in the church too, blah, blah, blah. But I'm gonna be real with you. I want to have sex out here. Now, when she says that, I'm still in the mindset of I'm trying to get to know this person because me, myself, I don't know if I want to be having sex or not. But like I said, she started doing things like actively talking about sex on a regular basis, pull her breast out while we're in the car, telling me what, she gives great head. Now my mind is not on no qualitative now. My mind is on, yo, you like, you want to be on another tip. Now I'm like, I bet if that's what you want, I'm on it too.
But is that conversation, but are you having this conversation for real out loud or are you having this conversation in your head?
Honestly, I'm having it in my head based on what
that's what's fucked up about. That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm sorry. That's the default, right? That's where we have the disconnect because yes, our actions may show. Yes, your actions may show. I apologize, I cut you off. But I think you said that I think I heard you say that she serviced you in the car and she pulled her own breast out in the car. Did I hear that? She did. Okay. So she gave you head. It's funny. I know it seems weird, but I don't know if I want to answer that question. But anyway, the fact that yours, I don't know if you initiated when she gave you head or if she did. I missed that.
No. She did. Nah, I don't know if I said that. Nah, she didn't give me head in the car. I said she pulled out her breast. We did some other stuff, but I didn't get that far because if it got that far, you told me 90 days, I might be cool with it because 90 days ahead is pretty good as I'm trying to figure out what's up.
So no exposure of one another's body came before she made the 90-day statement.
No, I mean, she squeezed up on me a couple times, but no, no.
Okay. Well, anybody else want to say theirs? Ladies want to say your number?
Wait, let me answer.
Yes, go right ahead.
Where do women go? Oh man. I want to say something that I think a lot of the niggas skipped over. Ideally, it don't take no motherfucking dates. Ideally.
Yeah, true. Right.
But I another thing though, I think it does a lot of things factor in. In fact, the woman factors in, and what you think that woman will potentially be in your life, right? So just how you said, like, you know, when women see men, they know like if they want to have sex with them or not. So I think obviously when men see women, they know whether they want to have sex with them or not. But I think too, when men see women, I think men put women in categories of, is that someone that I only want to have sex with, like Vic was saying earlier, or is that someone who exudes some sort of quality to the point where I want to actually get to know her as a person. I want to see she could be a potential girlfriend. She could be someone who I potentially date. She could be someone who I potentially take serious. So I think you do have to, I think we first have to categorize, like, you know, what type of woman is it that we're talking about? Because if it's a woman where you just want to smash, then yeah, of course there's going to be a quantitative type of attitude towards how much, because this is what it is for guys. Or I'm doing what Trav does. This is what it is for me. If it's a girl who I only have a sexual interest in, I'm not putting a whole bunch of effort into her. I'm not putting a whole bunch of effort, and I'm not putting a whole bunch of time into being like this being what she wants me to be, so that I could have sex with her. I'm not wasting a whole bunch of time doing that or whatever. So there it would be a quantitative thing. That's a thing. And honestly, it might not even be, when we talk about quantitative, it might not even necessarily be the amount of dates. It might be the amount of time or the amount of money spent.
Absolutely.
Qualitative is money, or quantitative is money, excuse me. It can be time, anything that's measured with numbers.
Well, so yeah, but I'm just saying, like, specifically though, it might, because I thought that the specific question more so was how many dates, but I'm saying it could be, because, you know, you could go on 5 dates and only spend $50 depending on what you do, or you could go on 2 dates. You could go on 2 dates and you spend $1,000.
Exactly. I agree.
So, but I think all of it is dependent upon how that man views that woman in his future.
Mm-hmm. And how long? Okay, so to rebut that statement, and I'm cutting you off for just a second. How long does it take you specifically, or we can spread that out? If the other guys in the Zoom agree with your take, how long or how many dates will you know, or how many questions off of your question list, checklist, will be enough that you know that, hey, she's the one? So, and if that's the case,
I think it. I think it's the kind of time, like, okay, all right, but I think it's like Jackson says, when you're speaking to this person, you're doing measurements in your mind. Where do I want to categorize this person? And I think what happened with me in that particular situation is, in the beginning, I categorized that I'm trying to get to know you to build a relationship. But as we got to the more interactions we had, and I noticed her where she was coming from was more sexual. Now the whole idea of a real relationship is like, it's not as, I'm not looking for that from you anymore. And now you're switching up on me like you want a serious relationship. And that's where the issue comes, because now I'm like, 90 days is for someone I'm trying to get to know on a romantic level to build a relationship. You switch that dynamic in my mind now. You understand? So now I'm not even on we trying to build a relationship. Now I'm trying to be like, what's up?
So okay, excuse me. So if it wasn't spoken, if it wasn't articulated where the switch was thrown, then what spoke it? Was how she threw the pussy on you, or how she let you lay the dick down on you, or how you, I mean, what flipped the switch that makes it go from that, if it wasn't said to you?
Can we flip your switch off from that.
I got 7 more questions. No.
From that
The
wild,
switch became
from this
for me,
wild language. Jesus
that's
Christ.
funny. That is funny. That is your
Yeah.
mom. To me,
That's
it's nothing
wild,
because it's not
man.
my mom's. If it's my
Okay.
mom, I'd be like, hey, yo.
He said thumbs down. Nah.
Nah, I think the switch for me happened when majority of a conversation, you lead them into sex.
Yeah.
Where it's no longer like, yo, what is this building relationship thing? It's yo, so you circumcised? So I give great head. Oh, yo, yeah, those were real questions that's asked. So now you, based on the questions you're asking me and based on how you are with me, I'm not saying as I'm getting to know you in a relationship capacity that you can't be sexual or ask questions relating to, but when it's all you speak about now, it switches my mindset now. Because now this is not we trying to do a relationship thing. Now it's like, yo, what's up? Like, you know what I mean? So to me, that's when the switch.
So when certain questions come up that are sexually based, that's where you think the switch is being switched over.
No, I don't think the questions is a problem, because in the element of a relationship and trying to get to know someone, I think those questions are necessary, even if I'm trying to get you to know you on a personal level. But when it becomes all you speak about, it does. That's a different thing now. It's no longer we trying to build a relationship. Now it's like you trying to see what's up.
Gotcha.
And at that point,
I wanna also add too, like, because you asked how long does it take for you to like find out where you're gonna categorize a woman? Like for me, it's a combination of looks and conversation. And that for me, it can happen very quickly. Like for me, I've known very quickly, like we could never be together. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it could be based on your appearance, or you could actually pass the appearance checklist. But then when we had that conversation, and it don't even got to be that you're talking about sex, like how Vic was saying that the girl was talking about, it could just be that you're dumb. Like for me personally, it could be that you're dumb. It could be that you have a bad attitude. It could be that you say words like minds, like repetitively. Your grammar is terrible, or you super.
Well,
just something about your personality is just something that I wouldn't want to associate with someone I would call my lady, and that can happen.
Kind of sort of how you talk, right? How I was stammering and stuttering. You wouldn't. That wasn't. You didn't find that attractive, for example, right? Okay.
No, I mean, I can't say stutter.
That was a joke. Okay, so check this out. So if I go on a date, I'm gonna put it to myself. So I've been asked to come over to a guy's house, and come over and spend some time with them after they get off work at 1:00. And if I go over there, as opposed to, let's go out on a date outside of the residence, it's almost like the Sexpectations or the expectations are, well, it's got TV, it's got a movie, okay, but there's no stove in the house. They've got food in the freezer. So it's like, how are they gonna? So are we gonna pay for what's to eat? Where's the and it's
how
like,
how do you not have a stove?
Hey, I know people who don't have a stove hooked into their residence. They don't have a stove. They've got a microwave in their house. So,
in the big oven space. Could you imagine?
They got a charcoal grill in the middle of the oven space.
That's pathetic.
Okay, you don't even have to go any further with this story. He ain't boyfriend material.
Exactly. He ain't boyfriend material.
He sound like he needs too much assistance.
Like, do me a favor, bring lighter fluid when you go to the house.
Could you bring some wood? Bring a little piece of wood.
But when you met them, they've got a great job. they have a vehicle, they have good conversation, you know. And of course, when you get to, you know, you've probably gone on dates outside at restaurants, okay?
At a park, with the pavilion, with the
at a food truck, a vendor truck stop place. Okay, so how does that measure out? Because it's like, is the expectation if I come over, we just gonna go to sleep, you know, or is it sex? It's like, I'm hungry. What are you gonna cook for me, or are we gonna order out? And if they sent the Uber over to come and get me, but it's like, so it's better to talk to that person and go out on dates, and then who's buying? If they have the mentality, well, if I ask them out, then I'm buying. He asked me over, he only asked me out to come to the house. So that's almost, that's like, well, you know what? I definitely not gonna give you any, well, if I can't say the word, but you definitely not gonna get any of the JJ.
I'm talking trash. That's even worse. Just okay.
Oh, well, what's the right word? Okay, well, just okay. So there's no smashing that's gonna happen, but they're a good person. They're in the friend. What is it called? The hemitis. The
friend zone. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know, the friend zone. But
he's got the disease as well.
But he doesn't have a stove in his house. He's got a disease of something.
Yeah, he got a few diseases.
What's the actual question though? I don't know what the question was.
The question is, hold on. Okay, no, the question leads to the conversation happens, and you figure out it's going to lead to, hey, where is this going? That's where that conversation can be on the first night of, where do you want our relationship to go? Whoever you go with, to go to Starbucks, get a coffee, or go for a walk. And it's like, hey, you know, you have to ask those questions. It invites a conversation, but those are uncomfortable conversations because men have a horniness. Women get horny, and you all men, you need to not think that you know, don't give us any confidence as far as to whether or not women are going to think the same way. We want, I wrote it down, I left the word out. It sounds like, Jamal, you have no confidence in giving women the idea that we think that we want to have sex too. You all walk up to a woman, she's got to be in a good mood, she's got to, you know, have a nice conversation. She might be in the mood and be horny, but if she comes off as being wanting it the first night, which you said is ideal, suppose that could have been the one person who turns into you having a relationship with, and you all smashed on the first night. And you still talked about it. You all just happened to catch each other on that wave of, you know what? I just want to have a romantic date. I want to have a romantic night. Or you meet somebody and you let them know, let's just date and let's talk and get to know each other. And then it's like, that's corny because it takes so long. Again, how long are you going to date? How many dates are you going to have?
Well, I mean, I think that is
for you're comfortable.
I think honestly, you're just at the mercy of the other person, right? Like, you're at the mercy of, if you're in a situation where you meet somebody and y'all both just in that mood and everything is just perfect, and y'all end up having sex on the first night, you're really just at the mercy of hoping that guy isn't a guy who thinks that a girl who has sex on the first night is automatically she X's herself out of being able to be someone's girlfriend. Like, you're really and that's just, if that's the risk that you want to take to have sex, then that's the risk that's on the table, and vice versa too. Like, you know what I mean? Because I don't know how women think in terms of, if they have sex with a dude on the first night, if they think that he does this a whole bunch of times, or if it was just two adults who just happened to meet at the right time, and, you know, some like things happened or whatever. You're just at the mercy of the other person. Like, sometimes, like, this is the thing, like, you have no control over what category a man puts you in. You know what I mean?
Vice versa. Exactly.
Yeah, you don't have no control over that. Like, I could walk outside and meet a woman and see a woman tomorrow, and then be like, and I could automatically think, without even knowing her, like, damn, like, she looked like she'd be a good girlfriend. and then I have a conversation with her, and we have a good conversation, and automatically in my mind, not even knowing this woman from a can of paint, but for whatever reason, I think that this is a woman who I'm going to try to pursue on a serious level. And then I can meet another woman, and I just think she looks nice physically, and she might actually be the better woman for me. But because of how I'm thinking, I'm categorizing her as just the woman that I want to be physical with. So like, you don't really have any control over that. You just have to kind of like go along and make the decisions that are going to be best for you, and just know that, like, you know, the risk is always going to be out there or whatever, and just kind of act according to whatever you feel is the right way to move or the right thing to do. I mean, because like I said, you can't control, you'll never be able to, and I can't control like if I can't control that people like genuinely like me, like I can't control that. But what I can control is whether or not I go along with how they like it, and like whether I'm gonna reciprocate that type of energy or not. That I can't control, but everything else, like how they categorize.
Last question for me, and then I'm gonna sit back and listen again. What does it mean when a guy told me that he said, I'm not going to date my wife? And I just looked up the definition of dating. I'm just thinking, you know, what does that mean? Do any of you understand what that statement meant, or maybe you had the intention of meaning? Because I heard it and it did not make sense at all.
I think he was just running game, to be honest. I don't know what that means. I mean, did you ask him what? Did you ask him? What did he say? What did he say?
I asked him, he said, he was running game with it. He's a bunch of bullshit. It's fine. He said, "Oh, if you don't know, I can't tell you." And obviously he couldn't tell me. So,
he not. Man, he
don't even know.
He just playing games.
That's hilarious.
He just saying. He just
saying. Somebody who don't plan to have a wife.
He just playing. He just like, I hate to say it, but he trying to string. He trying to string you along.
He's a divorcee, and that's probably why he had a divorce.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I was thinking, you're not gonna date your wife. I said, oh, okay, all right, I hear you.
He brought that old game out. That don't work no more, sir.
What you mean that old game? That's not no type of game. What type of game is that? I wish I would say that to somebody, like, I don't date my wife. What?
I mean, low key.
That's the woman I dated. That's the woman I dated, for real.
Don't say that.
Low key, it actually is game, because it's taking up space in my mom's
Exactly.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Well, all right, cool.
It did take up space. This conversation tonight triggered it. That's all. Okay. I'm not dealing with it. Okay.
But imagine if you say some shit like, yeah, man, you can't even eat cereal without a fork, and walk away, and then somebody be like, like that's G right there, because like you left. And they still in there trying to feel, what the fuck did he mean by that? Like, I'm all in your head right now. Like, you know, I don't know what that means, though. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Yeah. But what did I come in on? Because I missed the whole question. I'm sorry.
Basically, the general topic though is we really just we're trying to find out, like, what are your expectations of women in regards to, like, what are your sexual expectations in regards to, like, if you take a woman out on a date, if you spend money on a woman, if you buy gifts for a woman, if you happen to fly a woman out, or you fly out to see a woman, like, how closely is sex attached to all of these good deeds, so to speak?
Or dynamics.
Do you expect nothing, or do you expect something, or everything, or like, what do you expect exactly?
To be honest, it all depends on the energy and the vibe. I don't go into it with any expectations no more, because that's how you get disappointed and feel stupid or salty. But I will say this though, if it's a woman that just wants to have sex, because I've had a comment, like, before I take a woman out on the date, I would like to have a conversation with her beforehand, to see exactly where her mindset is at or whatever. So if it's a woman that I'm taking seriously, of course we're going out on dates. But if it's just a woman that just want to smash, and that's it, then why we're going on a date? You know what I'm saying? But if we're going on a date, my mindset isn't on like, oh, like I'm going to smash tonight until she actually gives me that type of energy and we had that conversation while we're on that type of date, or we're on a date and she say like, look, I'm trying to go back, this, that, and the third, then cool. But other than that, I'm not thinking about it, especially if we got some type of chemistry. I'm thinking about it. Of course, it's in the back of my mind, but I'm not expecting it. I'm not thinking like, oh, like after this date, I'm not thinking like that. I'm just like, it's just like, because at the end of the day, you can think that in your mind and a woman can tell you that, but a woman can switch her mind in a second and then it won't happen. Yeah. And it's just like I had either or happen to me. I had went out on a date with a woman and expected it and didn't get it. It was a time where I didn't expect it and I got it that night. So I just go into the mindset of I'm trying to get to know the woman. If she leave with that, then that's what it is. But if it's not, then I'm cool. I'm not going into it with any type of expectation.
But most of the times before a date, I mean, you're talking on the phone all the time, you texting, and then you go on a date to not expect it, or even say you're not thinking about it. I don't know if I speak for most guys, but when I go on that date for the first time, I'm kind of expecting it, because stuff leads up to a date. Like I say, you're talking and texting all the time, so
yeah,
if you might be expecting it.
Yeah, with me, like I stopped expecting it a long time. I started expecting it maybe like 2 years ago, because it's just like if me and a woman is building, then it's more so like we going to certain places and we really getting to know each other. Now it's gonna come a time where it's gonna happen, but like I said, like if I'm going on a date with a woman, I'm trying to go on a date for the long haul, not for something just for right now.
That sounds cute, bro. I know what it is for real though.
Man, no, I'm serious. Why do you I'm serious.
I'm a man just like you, bro, and I'm a good man. So that's still on my mind on the date, especially if she looking good and everything else.
I'm not saying that's not on my mind, of course. But I'm saying, am I going to it with the expectation of, oh, I'm about to smash? No, because that's how you get disappointed. Like, I used to be salty as shit after I do this, that, and the third, and then I don't get no draws. I just be like, damn, all of this shit for no draws. That's why I don't have no expectations, because then you be salty. I like to be surprised, like, damn, she gave it up to me, like, oh shit, I didn't expect it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't go into it with the expectations, because it was times that I was salty, it was times that I wasn't. But like I said, like with me, like of course when I say I'm like, damn, she looking nice, but at the same time, I'm not going into it with any type of expectation. I'm being real with you, I'm not.
So do y'all ever have like where if you do certain things, you can almost guarantee it?
No. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
So like for me, like if you come over to my house, like my rate of you coming to my house, or if she comes to my house, my numbers are pretty good. You know what I mean? Like I can always bet, like, hey, you coming to the house, you giving up the draws without a shadow of a doubt. But anyways, when it comes to that dating thing,
yeah,
it really is. It comes down to like maybe what she's allowing me to do, within that date. Now, if we're talking and we're being flirty or whatever, and then she does the touching of me, then okay, we can move forward. Like a box has now been checked. Or if she let me feel on a booty while we out in public and stuff like that. And it's like date 1 or 2, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Hey, but my expectations, I don't know, man. Like I had to think about like the last time I went on a date for a girlfriend, not just a date to like try to figure out who this chick is.
Yeah.
But last time I went on a date for a girlfriend, we would just sit up and talk for a long period of time. And when we got alone in a place where we could be intimate, it went down. But it wasn't something that I expected.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I took it to the place that I take my main chicks to the place.
Yeah.
But it was just like that. Like I don't realize it until like I talk about it, but I got like different things that I do for different qualities women. You know what I mean? Like you got those chicks that you just don't take out for chicken wings and fries. Like we know exactly where that's going. And then you got those other chicks where I'm gonna take her to, there's a really nice place here called the Rooftop. And I'm spending some real bread. And I'm not gonna be expecting a butt from that, but like there's gonna be a tax. You know what I mean? This
nigga like, what's the name?
Okay. So if that's gonna happen, suppose you take whoever that female is, you take her out, and she says, "Hey, let me pay for the drinks tonight. You take care of the food." Is that insulting? Is that insulting and shocking that happens? And you all haven't, and maybe you. I'm trying to think. Have you all tapped it or not? Do I want to say? Suppose you all hadn't. Because you're still courting, or is that if you don't go to the Rooftop? That's not a courting. That's a sure thing.
No, the Rooftop is still the courting thing. So that's just like one of the nicer places that I might take somebody that is like a lot of people may not know about, but then the ambiance of the place is just like, wow. And then it just sets me up for everything else that I'm gonna do.
Suppose she says, "Hey, let me take care of either the drinks or let me, literally." She says, "Let me take care of blank." Is that going to be like, damn, I guess I can't get are you going to automatically think, damn, I can't get the panties? She's throwing up a block.
I'm going to be shocked because I'm just going to be shocked. Like what? Because like a lot of times when in dates is like on an expectation of you to be paying, the man to be paying for all of this nonsense that we're getting, like, I'll never forget, like when I first left for the military and I met this chick and she was like, if I go on a date with a guy, I'm gonna find the most expensive thing that I possibly can find, and that's what I'm gonna get. And then immediately I said to myself, like, well, then you definitely giving me the butt that night. Like that's over with. If you're gonna be trying to do me like that, then you go ahead and inspect this on your face. Like that's over with. But I found that women aren't buying. They're not buying these these meals, these dates, these none of that. They're not doing that. Like for a chick to say like, I'm gonna take you out, man, please, I will be blown. Mine be blown.
If a woman says, if she says, "Nah, I'm not gonna take you out," but suppose she says, "Hey, come on over, I'll cook dinner for you." Is that a sexpectation of she's gonna give up the panties, or you got to give up the dick?
She try. If she be like, look, I'm cooking, come over. Yo, listen, she want my drawers. I'm going over there. Especially if she got baked mac and cheese. Oh yeah, she taking my drawers.
He said, "Oh yeah."
No. She's not cooking. She's not cooking for you specific. She's cooking dinner because she can eat too, and she just wants your company to come over and, hey, come on over, join me for dinner.
I mean, that's cool. I mean,
Are you going over there? Are you going over there? It's not macaroni and cheese, but it's gonna be pussy and cheese. Are you gonna go?
That sounds disgusting.
Talk your shit, Miss Jackson. Yes.
I just told them a story about something like that.
That's a horrible combination.
That's
a horrible combination.
Sounds good to me.
No,
but you get the picking and dicking.
But I'm telling, but yeah, like if a woman was to do, if a woman does that, would I be? I probably would, because it's like
No, I'm sorry. You probably would what? Finish the sentence.
I probably would expect a smash.
And if you don't get it, how are you gonna feel? And is that gonna diminish her level or
no? Of course I'm gonna be salty. Yes, I'm gonna be like, why? Damn, I can't move. She cooked me all this meal. She sent me back home.
She didn't cook it for you. She didn't cook it for you. She was gonna eat anyway.
I think I only would expect to have sex if she wants me to stay longer than we'll say the meal in the movie. So after we eat, after there's, we'll say we got entertained by a movie or something like that, and she still wants me to stay after that, then I would be expecting I would probably, make a move or expect for her to make a move on me. And if she didn't, then I would be like, okay, well, she just wanted some company. And then she will now enter the friend zone. Dun dun dun.
Wow. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. No, listen.
And the number, and that would happen. That could happen. So that could happen immediately. Because who's to say how comfortable? Who's to say how soon she would feel comfortable inviting you, a stranger, a new person, into her residence? And likewise for you as a man, how often or how comfortable do you feel about how many dates do you have to have outside before you can say, hey, come on over to my house, that she feels comfortable?
Well, first, it depends on the young lady. So if I want this young lady and I want her just solely for sex, I would invite her over to the house immediately because my numbers are just that good. But if somebody that I want to try to like make my girlfriend or whatever, then I'm gonna take her out. 3, 4 dates, whatever it takes to get her to be my girlfriend. But if it's just somebody I'm trying to smash, chicken wings and fries, because we don't go on dates. Like, that's over with.
Chicken wings and fries, man.
From the drive up food place.
No, yeah, that's what Future said. That's what, you got to respect his thought process.
Don't take advice. Don't take advice from Future, man. That man got too many baby mama problems to be taking advice from Future. But I feel you.
What's the point that I'm making? Like, it ain't nothing but just a smash.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I got to do to get it? Okay, I need to feed you. No problem. Let's go over here to this Wingstop real quick. Lemon pepper. You want them wet or dry? Gotcha.
This nigga Rick Ross, man. Yo, y'all level. Y'all ain't gonna lie, man. I applaud y'all niggas' confidence, man. Y'all some confident, expecting ass niggas, man.
But I do the same thing that you do. I don't expect like you did that whole bag thing for that young lady. I would have did the same thing.
Listen.
Like anything. Like the Jay-Z song, anything. I don't expect nothing. I don't even care if a woman tells me, yo, come over. I made I got pussy and mac or whatever gross combination y'all niggas said.
Pussy and cheese.
Pussy and cheese. That is
look, you can't say
things that go bad if you leave it out too long.
You can't say y'all. Your mother said that. You can't say y'all.
But I like it. Now I'm gonna put it on a t-shirt, Miss Jackson.
But nobody's eating cheese out of that. That's
based on
oh my God. No, you're not eating cheese out of it. Don't say nobody. Okay?
Right.
Like, find me a dude that's gonna eat cheese. No, never mind. I'm good. I don't want to
find you one right now.
Based on my experiences though, man, like I've grown and learned to like I literally don't expect nothing. Like I don't even care what women say. Like women can say whatever they doing. Like women can tell me like they about to suck my dick after this, but like I don't believe them until they actually suck on my dick after this. Like I just don't believe them. I don't believe him until it happens. And then when it happens, like I'll believe you, and then we can be like, yo, like you was telling the truth. Like you that's dope of you.
So if we still on the expectation tip, wouldn't it be fair that, my opinion, time and place will set expectations? Like if you or any guy invite a chick over and it's after a certain time,
no.
Okay, because in that case, and I won't speak for the women, but I feel like some women be reluctant, or at least from what I hear, random conversations out and about, to where they feel a certain way when they meet dude, and then the first invitation is, well, hey, come on over, Netflix and chill.
Fuck boys, the fuck niggas that just met you, then had like 2 text message conversations with you, and the first inkling of them taking you out on a date is you coming to their house at midnight. No, sir.
Right, no, exactly.
Right. So then that's setting the so that's them setting their expectation, I think, towards the women. That's why, and I don't want to speak for the women, but then that's where they get, the guard up, like, nah, or if I do come over, like, this ain't popping because you're just gonna invite me over after 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock to watch a Netflix flick or whatever, that, okay, sex is gonna happen. So now it comes down to, because what we say is on the dating tip, If I take a chick out on a date Saturday night and we go out to whatever restaurant and go wherever for entertainment, no, my expectation ain't there. Excuse
See, that's what happened when you be talking some fuck shit.
Hey,
my bad, I need more Hennessy.
You start choking. That's what you get. Trav.
He said some more. He said some more
Yeah,
Hennessy.
Jesus
Yo,
Christ.
no wait, Jax, I got a question, yo. Like when we was recording, did you catch the times I was drinking each time? Cause I was sipping the shit out that drink.
I don't know, nigga. I wasn't holding the camera, nigga. I don't know.
Oh, I was sipping the shit out that drink, man. And then like the little
Listen,
paper,
man, my
little
whole
paper,
stomach
little
was
paper.
out, man. Nick had to tell me to pull the camera up. You good, bro? It's not a big.
I was sipping the hell out
Vic,
that drink.
your
man.
whole dick was out, okay?
All right, Travis, finish.
Wow.
Finish, please.
You
All
filmed
right,
the porno?
I'm still alive. So
I'm impressed. I'm impressed, Vic. I'm impressed.
He said, "Let me watch his heart
Vic,
burn."
pull the camera up.
but it comes down to, again, expectations. So if we as the man say, hey, I'm inviting you over for whatever. Now, you might call it running game, but I'm a cook or I'm gonna order in whatever, come on over and chill. Or we as men staging that for expectation that we're trying to smash?
Nigga,
Are you asking the question or are you stating the question? Like, what is happening here?
I'm asking the question as we as men, when we invite chick over.
So basically, the
crib,
situation I was in.
There's no dates that's happened at all yet. This is the first, like, call it person-to-person encounter after the introduction, after getting the number.
Right.
So then we say, come on over to chill. Is the expectation for the man to try to make a move on the woman? Is that what we're expecting? That, okay, I'm inviting her over here. So
she's coming to my residence?
Yeah, like Phil said, if she come over to the house the first time, we ain't ever been nowhere else.
That's my question. So hold up.
Yeah, so I'm expecting.
I just want to make sure I get this clear, Trav. If she come to your crib, you don't have no expectations. Is that what you're saying?
I'm posing the question.
So, like, you meet her at Walmart.
She said
you meet the chick at Walmart. You get her number. Well, you say, "Hey, how you doing? You look nice. Can I get your number?" She says yes. You give her a call later on that day and say, "Hey, I'm cooking.
Hey, you should
mac and
come
cheese.
to the house.
Come through." What's your expectation? Is that the question?
Or realistically, call it a week later. If I meet a chick out at a lounge tonight, it's Friday night, and then Sunday, we talk Saturday or whatever, then Sunday, I'm like, hey, come on over, I'm chilling, I'm cooking, whatever, come on over and chill. Is the expectation for, if she comes over, does the expectation set then for me to take my shot?
Yes.
Not for me.
Yes, she's in my house, bro. Like, if it wasn't, she would have been out of
I'm gonna be real with you. It all depends on what time at night. If she come over after like 9 o'clock,
we done already said the time, Palm. We said it's after midnight.
Oh yes.
Oh nah, no, those were fucking
those
hours, bro.
those
Like,
fucking hours. Those are give me the draws.
And that's just an easy time because I'm a night person. So that's when if I invite people over because
crib after 12.
But that's give me the draws hours.
No, I'm gonna let me because all y'all let me disagree with y'all niggas real fast. I'm still not expecting shit personally.
Right.
I'm still not expecting nothing just because.
Are you not expecting something because you erring on caution?
Well, I'm not expecting. Well, I'm not expecting nothing because, like, I just don't be believing them. For one.
Okay, no. You're not expecting nothing because you don't believe. Okay, no. You're not expecting something because based on your past experience, like. But if you say, yo, it's what time is it right now?
It's 11:58.
And you say, yo, man, what you doing, man? Like, come over to the crib. You have zero expectations right now?
I don't have no expectations until my dick is in her mouth. Like I could be now let me be specific. I'll be hopeful. I will be hopeful that after she comes over, something will transpire. I'll be hopeful that maybe, okay, maybe she coming over because at this hour, because maybe she on that. Maybe she with the shits. But I'm never gonna get to the point where, because for me, right, when you expect something, that would mean if she did come over and nothing happened, I'd be upset. I will never be that ever. I will never be that. So for me, that's because I didn't expect for nothing to happen. If a woman is coming over my house, it's just a woman in my house. If it's a woman in my room, it's just a woman in my room. If it's a woman in my bed, it's just a woman in my bed.
Okay, that's where I'll stop.
Until we not fucking, and I don't expect to. But that's just me.
If she comes
to your
house,
a lot of stress. That's saving you a lot of stress.
So she comes to your house.
But if she wants to have sex with you, would you look at her differently for having sex with you for coming over during that one time?
It depends.
Would you put her into a certain area or a certain zone because you invited her over? She went with you. She said, "All right, I'm gonna come through," and you say you're not expecting anything. But if you do fuck, does that make you look at her any differently?
It depends on how I looked at her before any of that happened. For me, right? Because like I said, I've been the guy who has had sex with women on the first night and actually liked that. That was the story with me and the gypsy. We had the first time that we actually met, we smashed. And I ended up basically like being in love with her. You know what I'm saying? Because I liked her before that. Like just when we were having conversations, I felt like her vibes were cool, her energy was good.
Hold on, that's different. You build a rapport with her before she gets to the crib, right?
Yeah. I'm not, if I ain't got no rapport, I'm not inviting no bitch over my house. I ain't had no conversations with her. She might fucking kill me.
Exactly.
I gotta talk to you at least for a few fucking days and get a vibe of like, like what you do, what you into, like what's your, you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm talking to a chick and I ask her what she listening to, and every time she answers like one of them young boy niggas, you're not coming over here.
It's the young boy niggas.
Okay.
Young boy, NBA young boy. Nah, you about to set me up, bro. Like,
I have a scenario I'd like to share. Cool.
Oh Lord.
Oh. I'll text it in the chat.
I'm kidding, man.
I know. Okay. So I want you all to tell me if I'm an ain't shit. What do you call ain't shit hoe or ain't shit bitch with this story?
Whoa.
No, listen.
Nah,
I want you to
categorize. I'm not calling you that either.
You're right. Give me something, Jamal. Give me title. What would be my?
I'm not calling you that either. What you mean?
No, I would listen.
Wow, you call everybody else that?
Don't call me. Ooh, good one, Nick. But no, Jamal, I'd rather you be the one who judges me as opposed to you hearing what your friends in the Zoom would call your mother. So I'm trying to make it as less painful. Here's the deal,
girl.
So
I
go out and party.
They're dumb.
I go out and party, and I found out I'm dating this guy. I got this guy. I'm just dating. I'm just seeing him. We have been romantic together, okay? But I was going to a party around where they lived, but I didn't want them to come to the party because they're corny. I don't think they would fit in. So I said, hey, may I come through after the party? Because I'm gonna be drinking and I don't want to have to drive home. So may I just come to your place and crash?
Mm.
We have been romantic before, but it's early on. It's nothing, whatever. But we do have a good rapport with each other. We're friends and we could be something. We might be in the midst of something. I can't remember right now. I come over. I was drunk, so I'm like, let me just, get undressed and get in bed and go to sleep. Yes, something tries to happen, but I'm like, I'm drunk, leave me alone. Okay? And then one of the times where I get up because I was drunk, I go to the bathroom, I take my shit, I get my shit, do whatever I have to do in the bathroom, get dressed, and I leave and don't stay. I'm sober by now, you know, and I've slept it off, and I leave early in the morning. So is that like, damn, Barbara, did you just play him, or is he? I mean, you know, what's that scenario? What is my title? What was my behavior? And
yeah, you bogus. That was bogus.
No,
why?
that's not bogus.
That's
No,
bogus.
I disagree.
No, wait. Can you say it and tell me why?
That's bogus because if y'all had sex already, he's obviously probably under. And if y'all had sex already when you wasn't coming from the club, when you wasn't drunk, and then you let him know that you're going to the club, you let him know that you are drunk. In a man's mind, that's the dopest time for a chick that he's having sex with to come over.
Yeah.
After the club, after you've been dancing and grinding on other niggas that you're not gonna smash, and other niggas been buying you drinks, and you drunk and horny for free.
It wasn't it wasn't a club. It wasn't a club. It was a house party. I'm sorry. It was a house party. Drinks were free. It was okay. Okay.
Semantics.
Anybody else?
I have a question.
Wait, I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry, because she said anybody else. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm saying, like, for a man, right? In a man's mind, like that's the best time that you want a girl that you talking to fucking come through. Oh, you don't even gotta. This is the perfect fucking reciprocation of me spending all my bread on you all these times.
So do you really
now
expecting it?
I could just chill at the crib. I can eat my shit. I can drink my drinks for free. And then I could take a nap and then wait for your horny ass to come through at 2 a.m. in the morning.
So you'll be expecting it, bro.
Isn't that necrophilia? That's fucking a drunk person. That's just you getting off. I'm drunk. I'm not horny. I'm drunk.
But what I'm saying in a man, I said in a man's mind. If you,
I hear you.
In a man's mind, if you because you also scheduled the drunkenness, right? You scheduled.
No, it was the party. Okay, I didn't schedule.
You said I'm going to a party. I'm at a party. Is it cool if I crash after?
Okay, that is yes. Okay, that is if that's scheduling. That's a good word. Go on.
You scheduled it. It wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like you just ended up there. You pulled up at the door drunk, and he didn't know that you was coming. He knew that you was coming.
I will say this. I've had that scenario happen to me on multiple occasions. I've never had that scenario happen to me on multiple occasions, and I didn't have sex with that person. So
I just say that it did happen. There was an occasion that it did happen, and you did not smash.
I've never had a situation where a person came from because I've had that happen. Like, yo, I'm gonna be in your area afterwards, blah blah blah. I'll just stop by. I've never had that scenario happen where sex did not happen.
Because why would any sober person want a drunk person to come in and rip their night?
Okay, come on.
So okay, want that? Why would a woman on that same, not if they're sober, but why do we expect? Okay, hold on, because there's a flip there. I got to figure out what the argument is. But it's almost like you are thinking that I'm drunk and they're sober. What if it's just like, hey, I just want you in the friend zone? You've categorized this person already.
Nah, chill.
Go to your house.
No.
Go to your crib, bro.
Nah, we not here for that.
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. If sex was already involved, you can't put somebody. This is how I feel. You cannot put if we already smashed, you cannot put me in the friend zone. We might as well not be cool at all.
But what if it was trash to her though? She couldn't put you in a. So y'all saying y'all would be expecting it then? So Jax, you do expect it.
No,
I'm right now.
Don't go back and forth friend zone. Don't go back and forth waffling back and forth from friend zone to look. I just need to chill here. I need somebody.
No. Like if we already smashed, and let's just say I was trash to her, then cool. We don't gotta talk. We gotta be cool. But that don't mean like we gonna be friends because we didn't start off. Like that.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
This is my issue, right?
This is what I. If with me, this is how I feel. If we just friends, then it needs to be just friends. Fucking don't need to be involved at all. at all. If we're just friends,
that's childish.
or whatever the case.
Well,
It's not childish.
I don't necessarily agree with that. What I will say is,
listen, I'm not going to just be cool. Nah, I just.
But wait, so my only issue is the fact, like, if you know beforehand, if you've had sex with someone, but you know beforehand that when you go over there, it's not even that, like, sex isn't even on the table. You know that you don't want to have sex, you just want to crash. I think that that's something that should have been communicated, and allow the other person to then make their decision on whether or not it's cool for you to be in their presence, knowing that y'all have had sex before, but tonight we're not having sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, because the way that the story was told, the way that it was presented was, we've had sex before. This guy knows that we've had sex before, and I'm going to a party. I'm going to drink, and his house is close by. And since we've had sex before, since we have a rapport, then I'm gonna just ask him, can I crash over his place? So again, in a man's mind, if I've had sex with a woman before, and she's telling me that she specifically wants to come over to my place at 2 a.m. after a party, after she's been drinking, and she doesn't mention that she doesn't want to have sex, a person who has had sex before typically is probably going to assume that that's what's going to take place, right? So it would be different if you were on the fence about, oh, you know what, I'm gonna go over and maybe I'll have sex with him, and maybe I have drunk sex. Oh, maybe I won't, maybe I will. Like, if you don't know, that's different. But the way that you told the story was like, you knew for a fact that you wanted nothing to happen this night. I think that's something that has to be, I think that you should say that, because it's kind of like you going over there like under like false pretenses a little bit. And then skating out of there like early in the morning, like without having it, like that's why I said that's a little bogus.
I mean, it's trash, but it's not. So basically, you saying you entering the door butt naked, ready to hop in.
Nah, I'm just saying, like, if I'm, it's just like, yo, like, why are you coming? I don't want no.
Because she's drunk and she don't want to go home, bro.
Me, I mean, bro, but I'm saying is, if you asking me to, if we fuck before and I'm sober and you drunk, and y'all know how it is to deal with a drunk person when you sober. A drunk person when you sober that you already done smash on multiple occasions, but we not together, we just cool. Like, we gotta be for real genuine. If we for real genuine homies, and I don't want you to drive drunk, yeah, come over here and sleep on the sofa. Or even that, don't get in the bed. Don't get in the bed with your clothes off.
I mean, but you have that option when she called regardless and say, you know what, no, you mean I can get you Uber.
That's true. But she also has the option of how to maneuver herself when she's in the presence of a man that she's had sex with before but don't want to have sex with tonight.
I think it just go back to that conversation we had before about reading the room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but who?
You had a question.
But who? Watch it.
Yo, Paul.
I mean, I'm with Vic on this one. I've had that happen to me before. I've had them come over the house drunk, and I got every time I got some. But if I didn't, I wouldn't be like, well, damn, you came over here.
All the rooms in this house is my rooms. You read my room.
Nah, not even that. Moose said
you read my fucking room. No.
Moose said
you me to read my fucking room. You pick up a book.
You said read the room. How do you read a person you've been with and they get in the bed with you naked? How you read that?
Okay.
She didn't say naked though, did she?
I did not say naked.
She didn't say naked. She said I came over drunk and then I got my stuff and left when I took a shit.
Yep. No, hold on.
I have a question for Miss Jackson when y'all allow me.
Yeah, I did not get naked.
Miss Jackson, I'll just say this. In my opinion, because like other men, I've been in that scenario. It was beneficial because I lived downtown at one point. So a lot of nightclubs are usually downtown in cities. So yeah,
this nigga's a predator, yo. I bought my apartment strategically right next to the club of the drug.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, it was strategic at that. In my 20s, it was strategic because then it could be the easy invite if I'm out, or if I wasn't out and a chick is like, I'm texting a chick, oh yeah, I'm out kicking, I'm a little drunk, whatever. Oh, well, if you need a place to sober up, I'm just 5 minutes down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that doesn't equate, and this goes back again to what I just asked not too long ago. The invite or the woman coming over to my crib does not set the expectation for me that sex is to occur. Now, I will say, and this is where the yellow light applies. If you get into my bed and I'm in the bed, I have the yellow light to at least try to take some kind of settled shot and then
green
leave the
light?
room.
Wow, he said yellow. He said yellow light.
I say yellow because I'm saying yellow because
caution,
green would be more so if I'm trying to, you know, slip into the panties to get some finger action or something like that.
Okay, I get it.
Why
I
does
get
he
it.
gotta
Gross.
More
Okay.
so,
Bruh.
more so,
Just say, yeah, I get
yellow.
it.
I might just be copping the feel on the ass, or maybe, you know, rubbing the back under the t-shirt or some shit. Because usually they say you got a t-shirt I can wear, type of shit, right? So,
hey man, you're not getting none of my. Hey man, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but what I'm saying
Yo,
is, if
Jack,
kid gets into the bed, then I think it's fair for the man to have the expectation to at least make a move. Now, at that point, if the woman says this ain't for me right now, then okay, she opts out and she leaves. Which, as I heard the story, that's what Miss Jackson did. Like, I wasn't coming over here for this. I know I'm in your bed. We've done whatever before. You're taking your shot, which is not out of bounds for him because it's gone that direction before, but that's not her vibe tonight. So she opts to, you know what, let me just leave because I don't want this to go into a further awkward situation when the sun come up, and then it might be like a sober conversation. So what, you came over here just to crash, but you didn't want to give me none, but even though that we have done this before.
And most drunk women that I know of, you gonna know what's up from the rip.
Yeah, you designate.
Like they come in, they
yeah.
gonna tell you, I want some dick, or they gonna come in drunk and go right to sleep. It's one or the other. There's no in between really.
Right. Okay.
Like other men, most of the times I've won in that situation, but I can count on a few occasions where she's come over and really she just wanted just a place to sober up, where she just crashed on the couch in the midst of us having a conversation. Okay, hey, sweetheart, you can go get to bed and just crash, and I'll crash, you know what I'm saying, without the expectation of sex, because that's me reading my room, as Jay Jackson was. That she came over just to sober up. Then on other occasions, they come over, they a little drunk, chill, a little flirtatious, then, you know, yawn and get in the bed. Okay, I'm gonna get in the bed too. You got a t-shirt? Sure, take a t-shirt, because she don't want to go to sleep in a club dress. So, okay, then my yellow light is gonna be to cop a feel and see where this can go. And then more times than not, it'll equate to some sex. Because to your point, if after midnight, it's 2 a.m. or whatever, she's been drinking, she comes over, she thought of me to come over to chill in the bed rather than catch her own Uber to the crib to worry about her safety. So yeah, I think, but it's not inappropriate to where once dude try to take his shot, Ms. Jackson's like, you know what, this ain't what I'm here for, or I'm not in the mood tonight or whatever. So she opted to leave. That's not trash on her part. Now, if she would have stayed into the early mornings and wanted to have breakfast and coffee in the morning type of deal, like everything is cool, then maybe that would have been a different story. But she opted to leave, and she left after she found out, okay, this is what he wants, but I'm not on this tonight. Even though we've done this before, I'm just not on this tonight, so I'm gonna leave.
All I'm saying is you should have. I think that should have been communicated.
But what if it was you though?
Back when I made the reservation to come by and ask if I could sleep there. Okay, okay.
What if it was you though? Let's say
you good, Miss Jackson.
You lose your phone. You can't call an Uber, and you know she live close to wherever you at. You knock on the door, she answer, you drunk. You think should she be expecting some dick? If you drunk and just want to go to sleep, should she have an attitude in the morning when you wake up?
What if the roles are reversed?
I mean, that has happened to me before, where a friend has considered me a place of
safe haven.
Right, a safe haven. And that was the question I was going to ask Ms. Jackson is, did you choose him, this person in particular, because you knew that you were safe in his presence, knowing that he wouldn't try anything, but when he did,
because he's like, corny. What she said.
No. But I dated a guy who got drunk as hell, and his friends actually called me like, can you come get him, because he cannot drive. He cannot drive. You have to come get him. Or another one arriving at my door, like, you know, with the stumble and the, you know, the swivel, you know, at the door. And I'm like, look, just take your shoes off, get in the bed, go to sleep. You need a plastic bag or something, a trash can on the side of the bed, because you ain't gonna be throwing up in my bed.
Right.
You know why? You know why it's a little bogus? Because I just yelled out there, but it actually made me think of something. Maybe she purposely picked that guy because he is corny, because she didn't expect him to make no move. Because would you have gone to the non-corny guy who you know is not going to be with that shit, with the bullshit of you just coming over here and being drunk in my bed and potentially throwing up on my comforter?
The guy,
the non-corny nigga gonna show you the door on that.
No, he wasn't I didn't say he was corny.
Shaking his head.
You definitely said he was corny. You definitely said he was corny.
You did.
You did say he was corny.
Because you don't, and that's why you ain't invite him to the party, to the party, because you ain't want his corn to rub off on your clothes.
Maybe she had some other potentials at the party and she didn't want the cross. You know, we have to play Peyton Manning sometimes. We have to put people in motion. Us men do it. You know what I'm saying? We got to make sure chicks stay over there, go to the right. While I motion my other chick to the left. And you know, sometimes you gotta call the audible. So she might have had something potential at the party. And that might have been a flop. And so then she go back to her audible.
Let me go back. To backtrack and to be clear. He wasn't. The party was near. No, he was invited to the party. He declined to come to the house party, and so I said, "Oh, okay. I'm going to be here. I am going to be drinking. May I come back through and chill at your house because I don't want to drive home drunk." So he was invited, and I knew he wasn't going to want to come, but I knew that I should offer him because my agenda that night was, there's a party in the neighborhood. I can crash here in case I drink too much and I don't have the chance driving home. So I did have a motive. And I was a female. I did not. We'd smashed before. And to answer your question, Jackson,
the corny vibe treatment.
To answer your question, Jackson, there was another safe haven. There was another friend who was there was another male who was a total friend, but he lived further away, and I didn't want a chance driving that distance under the influence.
And I love y'all.
If you knew you was gonna get drunk, why not just Uber there and be totally?
Because I don't think there was Uber. I'm serious. I don't think Uber was happening right when this happened.
And Uber is not always safe. I love y'all, but y'all make me scared to have a daughter, man. God damn, like, sheesh.
It's real out here.
Hey, yes, it is. It is.
And I'm speaking from the corny nigga perspective, because I'm not even mean to women like that. But I'm just saying.
Okay, there's something else I wanted to add.
Are y'all genuine friends? Let me ask that too, because like I think that makes that's a big deal too. Because I have women who are genuine homies, like genuine friends, even if we have had sex before. If we're genuine friends, like that situation is cool. But if we're not homies for real, why you call me? Like,
but what if you're not doing nothing? But what if you in a crib editing and she not even editing? You just in a crib chilling. Like the day you slept to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you ain't do shit all day, and she call you like, "Listen, I'm fucked up. I don't feel safe taking an Uber. Can I just slide through?"
I would probably say yeah, because I'm the corny nigga. I'll probably be like, yeah.
But if she didn't give you no cheeks, you gonna be mad?
I wouldn't be mad. I feel like I could still call her bogus. I wouldn't be mad.
I'm not saying it's not trash, but
would you? No, and would you try something? Would you?
Huh?
You're not gonna force her, are you?
I'm never doing
but okay, so you're not gonna force her. But if you won't believe it until you see her serving you. That it's okay. That the expectation happens.
I mean, it would depend. I mean, I'll backtrack and I will agree that I would read the energy, like how drunk are you? Are you really sloppy? Are you tipsy to the point where you horny, or you really just need somewhere to like fall out because you might have killed somebody if you tried to drive your car home. And if you so drunk to the point where you was gonna kill somebody where you drove your car home, then yeah, like by all means lay down. But like it's still, it's just, I don't know. Man.
Okay, and that goes back for me where Freck was saying, you know, the man told her, hey, I didn't want to give you any dick because I knew you couldn't take it. You're making up her mind for her. You're saying, hey, if you're too drunk or whatever, you were saying, you were making up my mind for me. You took the option away from me to think it.
What
And I
the
just
option of what?
You just said, I think Vic was asking, or Palm just asked you
if she's
about supposed to switch. Oh shit.
I answered the roles were switched, yes.
If the roles were switched, right.
I'm not following what you asked.
Right, and I'm not connecting the dot right now. I dropped my pencil. Hold on.
I don't mean to speak for all the women in here, but like I said, most women I know, if they're drunk, they're gonna it's either or. They're gonna tell you they want the dick, or they're just gonna go to sleep, bro. And like I said, I don't know if I'm speaking for y'all, but in my scenarios, that's always what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not gonna. Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's one or two modes. I agree with that. Like if someone came here right now, they're like, "Yo, I need you. You know, I want a place to stay." I'm not gonna be like, "Oh," I'm not gonna be like, "Oh God," like start rubbing my hand like the baby. Like,
but
you know what I mean?
I guarantee you're gonna go wipe your nuts off real fast just in case.
Yeah,
I guarantee you
yo. Listen, man, if you stay ready, you ain't gotta be ready. Feel me? Like, yeah, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? I'm going to prepare myself, but at the same time, when Moo first said read the room, I didn't get it because I thought she said she was in the bed with him. But if that wasn't the case, yeah, I'm gonna read the room. If she come in here stumbling like, yo, where the bathroom out, and she throwing up, and she like, yo, where the couch at? That's not the time to be like, oh, word.
Right.
How you doing there, boo? Nah. Like, place her on the couch, tell her like, yo, if you need me, I'm in the room. You feel me? But
even if she in the bed though, you still gotta read the room.
Yeah. The reason I struggle with the read the room part is the fact that she said they smashed before. So the whole thing in my mind is if y'all smashed before or y'all continually smashing, or like what's the deal with that? Like she's sloppy drunk. I'm not coming on you. Like I'm not. I mean, whoa, that sounds wild. I'm not. Nah. If she's sloppy drunk and she not giving me the vibe like she on that type of time, then yeah, you can lay down. I'm not.
I'm only so like defending my side because my man probably just went through this about 2 months ago, and he was kind of on the Jack side. He was like, bro, I couldn't believe like she came over my crib and like I tried to do something and then she was like, no, she get off me. I just want to sleep. He was like, why the fuck would you come to my crib then? I'm like, bro, you sound trash, bro. Like, she was drunk.
Yeah. Nah, I think it's necessary to read the room in those situations. Like for real.
He made his move. Because she was like, no.
And hit it, and I don't want to sound like a PSA. It's almost you have as a man, and she's drunk. You have to read the room because you could be that could go a whole other way, and you in trouble for something you thinking. You know what I mean?
No.
That's partly why it's kind of bogus on the woman's part, though.
So why did he say yes?
Because but no, what I'm saying is like if you come over and you're like, if I don't know how drunk you were, but
right.
if a woman is in your vicinity and it's really her word against yours, you're inherently putting me in a sticky situation just by even being here drunk if we're not genuine homies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like if we have had sex before and we not genuine friends and you coming over after the club and I'm just assuming because we've had sex before, now this person wants to have after the club, I'm drunk sex. If they don't read the room, right? And sex is something that the woman really doesn't want to do, but she didn't communicate it beforehand. And the guy is actually a more assertive guy or a more aggressive guy. And sometimes a woman might like a guy because of the fact that he's more assertive or more aggressive. and he doesn't read the room successfully in that specific scenario, and he ends up being assertive and using his aggressiveness and assertiveness to have drunk sex with her when he's not drunk and she is, who knows how that situation plays out the next morning. You know what I'm saying? So like, you kind of just by default, you kind of just by putting yourself in that man's house put him in a sticky situation.
So then my leaving wasn't bogus. My leaving, or it could have been bogus, but I was also leaving to escape whatever that situation would have been the morning after. And so I'm an ancient nigga then, huh? But hey, he let me in. He knew because and I'll close. But he could have said, "No, Barbara, you know what? You can't come. You can't come. You can't be here until you can't be here after 12 o'clock. If you can get it before 12 o'clock midnight."
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a hard time.
He could have put that down on me, or he could have said, "No, don't do that. Just go on home. Not tonight." So that would have. What could that have done?
But then I don't know. How would that have affected? I was gonna say, how would that have affected the relationship going forward on you? Like, how would that have made you feel if you asked somebody? Because I'm not saying with you, but here's a thing with some women today is like, there's this big thing of like, if you're having sex with a guy but you can't depend on him when you really need him, then you shouldn't be having sex with him. Like, some women are quick to kind of like flip the page and turn it like that. When in actuality, it's like, well, I'm having sex with you too. You know what I'm saying? So, but like, I just wonder if he would have declined your request, how would that have affected you guys' relationship moving forward? Because would it have made you feel like he was a person that you can have sex with, but you can't depend on him like when you really need him type of thing?
Yeah.
Even if the relationship is just a physical relationship. So like those are like just small caveats of where men can kind of feel like they're in a sticky situation where where it's not like the woman is pressuring you, but as a man accepting some of the gender roles that society has placed, sometimes as a man you feel like you can't say no.
But you know where that comes from a lot of the times too? That comes from fathers talking to their daughters. Like, if you gonna be out here fucking these guys and you can't call him, the old saying of, if a man gonna come to your house and he should at least be bringing a bar of soap to wash your ass and his with, if he fucking you. You know what I'm saying? That comes from fathers teaching their daughters, if you're fucking with this person and I'm not here, but you're fucking them, as you say in the previous Zoom about your pussy being so precious, and this precious thing that I'm giving you, I'm allowing you to enter my body. If I have a flat tire, I should be able to call you. If I need some milk or some bread or whatever, I should be able to ask you for those things. The fact that I can't ask you for those things, but you can so willingly ask me for this pussy, and I willingly give it to you. But if I ask you for something, it's problematic. Or the woman feels so like, oh, I don't know if I want to ask him. You know what I mean? I don't know, because for fear of rejection and feeling bad for fucking this guy and him not wanting to offer or willing to give her anything. That's where that comes from. That comes from fathers telling their daughters.
But Nick, can I ask? What if it's like the scenario I said in Zoom a long time ago? What if it's a female where you both have the understanding, like, all right, we fucking, like, we ain't really texting like that. We ain't going on dates. You want what I want, and I want what you with the same thing you want. Should she feel? Should I be? Will I be labeled a piece of shit if she said, "Hey, I caught a flat tire. I need you," and I'll be like, "No."
Yes.
Yeah, that's wrong. I tell all I got cousins in their 20s, and when I was living in KC, I had a little cousin who was at UMKC College, and it's cool. We in college, go do you, have all your college sex and fun. But then when you call me because you get your new apartment and you like, hey, big cousin, I got this new bed I'm trying to put together. Can you help me out? Yeah, sure. You family, but I'm talking shit the whole time. Cause I'm like, where all the niggas at that want to be fucking you in this new bed.
Like, yeah, but my thing is, we already laid out on the line. Like, it's nothing. Like, we not talking and texting. Then I'm not really a genuine friend of yours. There's nothing. There's no feelings there. This is completely attraction. Like, we just fucking. Like, I wouldn't expect if I'm hungry. Like, hey, let me call so and so, see if she cooking or something. Like,
but if she was on her way to your house, you would be on some, yo, I'm hungry, pick me up something.
No,
yeah, exactly. No. That's fair.
No. I'll give you. I'm gonna tell y'all exactly. Before I was engaged, I had a situation where it was strictly that. Like, I'll call her. For instance, I'm out drinking with my friends. I'll call her, yo, what you doing? Nothing. You free? Yeah, I got a babysitter. And that shit'd be like, all right, I'm gonna be home around.
She drunk already.
No, I'm drunk already. Even if I wasn't drunk, it'd be I'm out at the gym playing ball. And I'd be like, yo, what you doing? She'd be like, nothing. I'd be like, all right, well, the key is in the mailbox. You coming over? Is either yes or no. She would come over. I would hop in the shower, drunk or not. We would do what we do afterwards. She roll over, I roll over. Yo, that was a good, you know what I'm saying? That was a good session. Like, yeah, I know. And then after that, in the morning time came, I'm getting her an Uber to the crib or an Uber to work, and that's that. And that's exactly what it was.
That's even too much for somebody that you just fucking. If you just fucking, what you need to spend the night for? If we just fucking, let's fuck.
Listen. Because I don't consider myself a piece. I mean, I used to be, but I don't consider myself a piece of shit. So I'm not going to send her home for like 4 in the morning. And where I used to live at, it was in one of the worst parts of Philly. So I'm not going to send her on her way, especially, and she didn't drive. And most of the time,
but you can't even take old girl home. You can't give it a ride home. You got to
call Uber. I'm gonna call her Uber, or she can catch Scepter. If she don't want to catch the Uber, she can slide her trespass, bro.
Yo, listen, man.
My answer remains the same. You're a piece of shit if she has a flat tire and you say no.
But if I was hungry, I wouldn't call. But my thing is, if I was hungry, I wouldn't call her. If I needed something, I wouldn't call her. So I don't feel as though she should be able to call.
But that still goes into the gender roles, though.
No, it doesn't. How?
As men, we don't want or need or have that attraction to depend on the woman for certain shit. Because as men, I'm just gonna speak for myself, rather, I should be able to take care of me, myself, and mine. But then women do have a sense of dependency on men for men's shit. Like,
hell no, because I had dependency when I was single.
So
I had dependency on women. I had females that I called.
One at a time.
I'd like the oldest. Let the oldest go. The oldest in the Zoom go. So again, fellas, is it quantitative, the amount of money that you spend on a person? Is it quantitative, how many dates you go or how many hours or minutes you spend with that person that qualifies on that date? That was just a date. You all were two people together. It wasn't a romantic date, but which one of those quantitative things, or is it qualitative that leads to the expectation of sex?
I mean, that's the energy.
Do I live under a rock? I mean, if I'm dating or in the talking stage with anybody, before my first, like, I can say for myself, I've never had a situation where I'm, we call it bagging a girl or getting a girl's number or shooting my shot in a DM, and the very same day or the very next day, we're going on an actual date. If I'm looking to date you, we're going to go through a talking phase. Like, we might talk and text for a week, and within that talking and texting, I'm going to say what I want or what I'm looking for or what it is right then and there, and then I give her the choice to say, you know what, I'm not trying to do that, or I'm not trying to do this, and then I go from there. Like, I just haven't been on a date where it's just, I met her at Walmart, and then now we're on a date tonight.
Okay, so the one night stand. You know, you never had a one night stand.
Oh, I've had a one night stand.
Yeah.
Okay, so you had, okay.
But the one night stand wasn't like I met her and then it was I met her where if I was out somewhere, I met her, or if I was at a party, that's where all my one night stands come from. It never went from, oh damn, she's pretty as shit in Walmart. Let me walk up to her, get her number, and then go out to dinner with her the same night. Cause like Jackson, I'm area people, so this shit gonna be. I gotta get to know you. I gotta know a little bit about you before I invite you or go anywhere with you alone, or tell you to come to, or want to bring you to my house.
Because you can have a one-night stand and it happened at a hotel. It's neither of you all's residence. Yeah,
you can get robbed there too.
You can get robbed there too.
You can get robbed there too, and that's spending money. That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got to live though and have a one-night stand though. I mean,
Yeah. But I'll say this, like you said, I feel like you go through like a talking phase, because before quarantine started, I was dating this woman for maybe like a couple months. And within the first week, we were texting, talking to each other on the phone. The first date was cool. The second date, she felt way more comfortable. And then like after that second date, I smashed. You know what I'm saying? But everything was cool because it didn't work. The only reason why shit didn't work was because of her personal reasons that she was going through. Like she was going through a lot of personal shit. But like it all depends. To me, it all depends on the energy. It all depends on the level of how comfortable the woman feels or whatever. If she's real comfortable with it, and then we got chemistry already, and it's a level of attraction, and she giving me that type of energy, then it's a quality thing. It ain't really a quantity. It's not really quantity unless the person you dating makes it that. Unless y'all make it that, or whatever the case may be. I think it's more of a quality thing. If she feeling you and you feeling her and she's comfortable, because women are big on comfortability. So if she's comfortable, then it's gonna happen. But like I said, it all depends on the person. But am I going into it with the expectation of like, oh damn, I gotta smash tonight? Unless if I go all out, yo. If I go all out and I'm doing all of this shit, I'm taking you to the best type of places. Oh, I know she fucking with this. I know she doing this, that, and third. I'm going all out and I don't get the draw. I'm gonna be a little disappointed. That's me going in there with expectation. But like I said, it's a quality thing. So yeah, I'm gonna be salty, but at the same time, I'm not gonna get mad because it all depends on her. Like I can't really get mad at her or whatever the case may be. But if it's just, but this is what I feel like though. I feel like somebody being drunk and calling you to come over. I feel like it's only a couple of times you could do that with me, because I feel like then I'm just the nigga that you gonna call to come over when you super drunk and you got nowhere else to go. And I don't like feeling like I'm being used for that type of shit.
And would you feeling less used be her thanking you with her pandemic pussy, or are you giving her COVID dick?
Well, I gotta be. I mean.
Okay. Let me take it back. Let me rephrase that. So, and I hope this was the same person talking the whole time, but yeah. All of us who are living through this 2020, whether they're anxiety or they're horny or they're nervous about meeting a new person, pandemic pussy and COVID dick is nowhere around this person. And so that would make anybody, I don't see how you all can even date or how you dated in this past 14, 15 months. But I understand if you have a high libido or you got a rhythm to your libido release, then you got to do what you got to do. Yeah. However, if there was no interaction or exchange of services, then why would you not feel like you were taken advantage of? Why there was no expectation. So why are you feeling some sort of way? That's you putting your own anxieties on yourself.
Yeah, but that's like I said, that's if I'm going if one particular date I go all out. That's just like you said, it is holding the expectation. You know what I'm saying? It is wrong, but I'm just saying period. This is why I said this is why I said,
what is you saying, nigga?
Chill, I'm trying to get it all together. This is why I'm saying
it's nigga sound like a DJ song.
Listen, my fault. That's why
it's the reggae segment of the show, nigga. When they keep restarting the song,
because I'm trying to get it right. Because I'm trying to get it right. That's why I always try to decipher: are we friends or are we more than that? If we just smashing, cool. If we're just friends, then that just needs to be it. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, because I have went through some personal shit with certain type of women where it's like, all right, like it's like I'm the only nigga you gonna call when you super drunk. Nah, that's why I said like, if we're just friends, then we're just friends. If we're not, I'm not about to. It's just like Mufasa said, like if it's a chick that I'm just smashing, I'm not about to call you and ask you for something to eat because I done that shit before. And you know what I got? You're not my fucking man. So I ain't gonna make you nothing to eat. You know what I'm saying? But we fucking know. But okay, I'm not that's why I don't do that shit. That's why it's just like, all right, cool. You need some type, you calling me for money? Nah, I'm not your nigga to be like she said. This is her exact words. I'm not your bitch to be cooking you anything. All right, cool. Then I'm not your man to be giving you any type of fucking money. Ask somebody else that's your man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even that. Go ahead, my fault.
Okay, so you're based what I'm hearing. That's no apology. So what I'm hearing you say, and I'm open for correction. You all have to stay in your lane. She shouldn't give you wifey benefits if she's not, or girlfriend benefits if she's just a jump off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And the same for you. You're not gonna.
Yeah.
So what is is that conversation? Is that talk had on a date before you get those feelings for one another? And if not, why aren't they being had? Or
I'm gonna be real with you.
How to start them? How to make this should be the forum. Let's talk about how do you ask somebody to have that conversation if I want wifey benefits, but I'm really not sure I want you to be my girlfriend. So where does it start? Do you start with respect?
You can't have that. You can't have that conversation because that conversation, hate to say it, don't really you can't because you can have that conversation, but you can have that conversation, but that doesn't make any sense. It's like you want a relationship with no title. That's what that sounds like.
No, that's not what that sounds like.
But she said wifey material. She said wifey material.
Wifey benefits.
But that's not a relationship with no title at all.
It was questioning. You want wifey benefits without being the wifey. You want husband benefits without being a husband.
Yeah, but that's why I said like I wouldn't do that. But that's why I said I wouldn't do that. That's why if a woman that I'm just smashing, she asked me to fix her tire, I'm not doing it. But if it's a woman that I'm cool with, because I got a woman that I'm cool with that I view like my sister. If she called me to fix her tire, I'm going over there to fix her tire. Because I view her like that's why I don't throw the friend word around like that. Because if you're my friend, I view you like my family. My friends are my family. Mufasa is my friend, but that's my family. That's why I don't throw that word around. That's why I don't say, oh, we friends, this, that, and the third. Nah, we not.
So you essentially just use this woman to masturbate in.
Right.
She's using me for sex also. It's an equal exchange.
But I think the conversation should be had. The conversation
it's an equal exchange. It's like I'm not asking her if we have an agreement with that, then that's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I would say that to answer Ms. Jackson's question, these are tough conversations because again, when you get into the sex atmosphere, the conversation is a slippery slope because one party might go one direction that the other party doesn't agree with or feel a certain way about, and it's hard to recover or backtrack on it. So, and a lot of us don't want to be, I'm talking about people in general, not us here, but people in general don't want to be in those uncomfortable situations. I embrace those tough conversations. Now, when I have them typically, and I don't know if that's appropriate, but during pillow talk time. This is after the sex is done, but we not quite ready to go to sleep type of deal. And it might be I'm trying to think of examples like,
sex,
what are you looking for? What are you looking for? And whoop, whoop, whoop. So I'm trying to.
You ask those questions after you fuck. You supposed to be asking those questions before you fuck.
No, I'm asking after because now that we've had sex,
I don't want to fuck up my chance.
He's trying to make sure he can fuck first, nigga.
What are you expecting from now on, now that we have sex? Because number one, particularly cities I've lived in, Kansas City, St. Louis, Reno, those are small cities. So there's times where I might have had sex with a chick on a Friday, but then I go out, as Jay Jackson know, I go out and I'm social. I might bump into her on Saturday night, but I might have a date. So we need to make sure there's an understanding. We need to make sure there's an understanding to avoid any potential unpleasant scene or fucking scenes to be made. If I see you out and you he ha ha in another nigga's face, well, I'm not gonna come and say who the fuck is this nigga? No, we just be on a casual tip. Or if you see me and I'm in another woman's face 48 hours later because me and you just so happen to be at the same club or lounge, there don't need to be who the fuck is this chick type of deal, type of scene made. So that's the main reason I have those conversations after sex is had, because some women are more possessive than others. Some women are just like, look, don't disrespect me. Don't put shit in my face. Don't be on the phone with a chick while I'm hearing your bit. That kind of shit, and I can respect that. So it goes to, again, expectations.
I'm sorry, Trent. What do you guys talk? My mom called me in the middle of the conversation. I'm sorry.
We're talking about if sex is had, then what are the expectations moving forward as far as if it's, you know, something that's considered wife material expectations, like, you know, if I'm messing with a chick sexually, but then if, you know, she say, oh yeah, I'm gonna come over, you know, to hang out, whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, well, hey, if you don't mind, stop by such and such and bring me something to eat. She might be like, well, wait a minute, nigga, I'm not your girlfriend. Like, this ain't that kind of party. Same thing with a dude. If a dude is fucking a chick, and then the chick hit him up randomly, hey, you know, I'm down the street, but I just caught a flat tire. You know, can you come give me a hand? The nigga might be like, chick, I ain't your man. Like, that ain't what this ain't that kind of party. I feel those conversations should be had, or at least visit generically early on.
Right before you fuck.
Misunderstandings.
Before you fuck.
Okay, Nick say before you fuck me. I usually do it after the fact, in the midst of the bed, of pillow talk, but that's me. So that might be my bad etiquette. I'll own that. I'll own that.
Yeah, this is why you because my mom, you originally asked like, why can't you just have those conversations of whether or not you just want to have like a jump off relationship or you want to pursue something serious. From my experiences, you can't. I mean, I'm not gonna say that you can't. You can have those conversations with women if you wish. Good luck with that, though.
That's what I'm
like.
Exactly.
Good luck. Good luck with telling a woman that you have not had sex with yet that you're just planning on her being your jump off bitch.
But you know what?
To come over and fuck after the club. Good luck with that.
We've had our conversations as a crew, and particularly the homie Kerry. Shout out to the nigga Kerry. But that's where he would criticize me extensively. Like, what's wrong with you? You want to tell this chick in advance that all you want to do is, yes, because while I might get less ass, I might get less sex, I get zero drama because there's no misunderstanding of what it is and what it isn't. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
I agree. No, I agree with you that you're gonna have no drama. Because I definitely agree that you're gonna have less sex as well. That's what. That's
not true. That's not true. When you get to misleading, to misleading these women, and I'm sorry, but particularly Black women, when you make them feel like or give them the impression that it's more than what it is, then that's when the drama. Then you find yourself explaining a lot of shit, or it just becomes arguments. And for me, that's just not my vibe. Like, I'm a grown ass man. I'm telling you what this is in my bachelor, especially my 20s. I'm in a bachelor mindset. I'm just dating with no expectations and not looking for nothing exclusive. So
in my 20s, 40 years ago.
No, if you tell them like that, I always found that to work in my favor of getting more.
You'll be surprised because a lot of women be on the same shit, but they don't say it. They don't want to be the first one to say it.
But if you tell them like how Jack said it, like you said it the first time, oh, you just gonna be my jump off chick. They gonna be like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you would never say it like that.
But not what I mean is when it comes down to, and Jackson knows this, when it comes down to certain chicks who, you know, oh yeah, I got my crew coming in town to KC to kick it, or I'm finna go so. Oh, well, yeah, I like to come. No, it's not that. I don't just bring randoms around my crew. Just like I don't introduce randoms to my mom. Like that's a different type of vibe. So while that's the presentation I'm giving you, that should give you the vibe that this is not something quote unquote exclusive or special in that sense. Because no, I don't just bring random chicks to meet Jay Jackson or Mia or Carrie or Mike or others like that. Like it's not that kind of party, just like they don't meet my mom. So that's where the expectation is had. And again, sometimes it takes a scenario to come about. Or when it comes to holidays, what you doing for New Year's? Oh, I'm gonna go probably such and such spot and chill. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, well, yeah, I ain't got no plans. We're not spending holidays together because it's not that type of party. So if we are, then that means it's something special. But again, those are tough conversations. And I think they're tough conversations to be had, and they're tough to have as we get older. Most of us, I think, are somewhat close to or in our 30s. I know niggas accuse me of being 60, but it should become more transparent. There should be more transparency as we get older, because again, nobody wants to be misled. So again, let it know what it is, let it know what it isn't, and then move on from there if you're not on the same page.
I have a question for the ladies. So I have a friend that's younger, and he is, I'm sorry, Nick, I seen the face when I said ladies. I shouldn't have said that?
No, I'm shaking my head at Travis's statement, the end of his statement.
Me too. But
that wasn't for you, that was for Trav. Go ahead.
But he's younger. He was in a bad situation where he was being kind of used in, like, you know, that toxic young relationship, the first real relationship. And he's about to end it off with her, move into his own apartment. And he's been asking me for advice because, you know, I always call myself a sniper. I used to be a sniper. So I told him most women find it like very attractive when guys are just completely honest with them from Jump Street. And just listening to the conversation that we're having now, is that true?
For myself, I'll give, it is, yes, it is true. It's true for me. I met someone back in October of last year. We exchanged words. He said, I'm not looking for no relationship. I said, I'm not looking for a relationship either. He's like, but you know, I'm interested. I want to get to know you. I was like, all right, we can get to know each other. We got to know each other, talk more about it. I know that neither one of us want a relationship. It's not going to be a relationship. But I did say to him, and which I encourage a lot of people that have these jump offs. I particularly don't have jump offs. I have friend with benefits. If I'm fucking you, there's some benefits that come with this shit, okay? On both sides of the spectrum. If I need you for something, I expect what I ask for, and vice versa. If somebody needs me for something, right? So I said to him recently, I said, listen, we need to have some checkpoints to avoid any sort of misunderstandings, to avoid that. So what are we now? Conversation type shit. And he was like, I agree, because I don't want no issues. I don't want no, cool, bet. So we good. Are you still in the same place mentally that you was when we met in October, nigga? And he was like, yeah. Are you in the same place? I was like, yes, I am. Perfect. But if I call him and say, I need this, or I need something very minute, like when I was sick, I said I needed some things. He dropped that shit off. It doesn't mean that he wants me to be his girl. It doesn't mean that I want him to be my man. But if you going to really be friends with benefits, there needs to be some beneficial shit happen here outside of busting a nut.
Yeah, I call that, see, that situation like that, I call that talking or like a situationship, because you told him from Jump Street, I don't want a relationship, but that was my line when I was single. Listen, I'm not looking for a relationship. I'll fuck with the vibe. If we vibe and then we cool and it goes somewhere, then so be it. But if not, like, I'm really not looking to get in a relationship. So I consider that talking, because you and him kick it together, right?
We do from time to time. It's not no extent. I have yet to go out on a date with this person. Yet. When we see each other, we see each other.
Yeah, so my definition of like a situationship, or I just talk to you. I just talk to that person. All right, we kick it from time to time. We might go out. We fucking, of course. I might come to your crib. You might come to my crib. But at the end of the day, there's no, like, we both know there's no labels on it. Like, you know, you still talk to other people, and you know I still talk to other people. And I was just telling my younger friend, like, when you go into a situation like that, one, you don't go into the situation with expectations because y'all both already lay everything on the line. I mean, she might still get hurt if you just stop talking to her, or you might find somebody else. But at the end of the day, she can't say you're not shit because you kept it real with her from Jump Street. And like I said, in my experience, I've been told by females, you know why I really fucked with you, or you know what really attracted me to you? You were completely honest. And most dudes that I talk to either try to spin me most of the time, or they fake the situation, and then I end up looking stupid.
Right. So that goes to say that I appreciated the honesty, and I was much more attracted to him because of that point. You know what I mean? And I'm assuming vice versa, because he ain't going nowhere, and neither the fuck am I.
What happens on the day? How many times is this person allowed to not be able to do whatever it is that you request before it's an issue?
How many times? I don't request much of this person because of the situation. But when I do request, I do expect. So I don't put a whole lot of requests on this person. Like, can you go put gas in my car? Like, fill my gas. What the fuck? What kind of cougar shit is that? Like, I'm not. Go wash my car and make sure it got gas in it. Get some money, young chippy. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, I will say this though. Like, things would be a lot easier if people were honest with each other. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus or anything, but most women ain't built like Nick, where they can be understanding and honest. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't have a problem with a situation like that if women that I deal with were honest, because I'm very honest with them. So it seemed like a lot of the women that I have dealt with in the past, it was always me giving. But it's just period. I feel like for the most part, I always give, because I always give, but I never receive anything back like that. You know what I'm saying? I do get something here and there, but it's never the same amount of effort that I give back. So that's why I look at it like I never dealt with a woman where it's like, all right, cool, like we have an understanding, this is what it is, or whatever. Like, women respect me regardless, but it was always like them trying to get more out of me than anything. And I was just like, nah. That's why I said, like, with me, like, until I meet a woman where we can have that type of conversation, I'm not doing shit for her unless, like, she's definitely just my friend and that's it.
But I had that conversation with you and the same friend I'm talking about. You always be like, damn, bro, how come that shit don't happen to you, bro? Why don't happen to you? Because a lot of women, most women can read a guy. If like a lot of the times, to be honest, you go into like you're a very genuine person, so you go into situations and you show that genuine side because that's just who you are right away. The same thing with my friend that's younger. That's the situation he's in. I was in the car with him the other day. He's speaking to 3 different females, and they were all asking him for something. But then when we left the gym, he said, yo, I'm about to go take a shower. Can I slide to your crib tonight? The one chick hit him with some absolute bullshit. Like, oh, I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to decide if I want to, what she say, a side part or a middle part right now. I'm doing my hair. But I'm thinking to myself, didn't you just, she asked you for the other day when we was together, like what you want, and you got it for her with no hesitation. So, and he was like, bro, I don't know why I keep falling into the situation where these bitches keep using me. I said, bro, because you give the genuine side. That's because that's who you are. You give it to them right away. And a lot of women that see that, they first think that's weak and then it's unattractive. But then they feel too bad to just ghost you or stop fucking with you because you are a nice guy. I told him to be a little bit more of a dick a little bit. Same shit I told you, Bom, to be a little bit more mean, bro. You have to.
And I am. And then now
that was not a believable I am, okay?
No, he is now. He is now.
At all.
No.
He is now,
but it's just like, what? But it's just like that. But that's the shit that fucks with me though. What, like, it's like, why do I gotta be? Because I am a little bit of an asshole. But why do I gotta be that? Why the fuck? Why the fuck can't you just see? Like, and this is go both sides. Why can't you just see a man or a woman as a genuine person and just let that be that?
Yeah.
This might sound cliche or
Cause if you gonna use me, just let me know that that's what you doing.
Bro,
just like
you gotta be a man. You gotta have that confidence to not just be gullible. Like, I don't know. Like, I didn't have chicks who called my phone and said, "Hey, I'm hungry. Can you get me some lunch?" But then I couldn't call them later on that night and be like, "Hey, yo, you mean it's Henny night? You need to slide."
Get this Henny dick, right?
I've never had that situation. Have I been in a situation with an opportunist? I was in a relationship with an opportunist, the girl I told you about when we were talking about the thing. But that's different, because even before I gave her anything, she gave me some pussy.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I tell him, and I say for any guy, you gotta know how to be a man with women, and you gotta have confidence. You just can't be gullible and all lovey like all the time. Like, you gotta put your foot down.
And be prepared, and to piggyback, be prepared to take the L. Like, all these conversations don't always go right. So some of mine that I've had with women have gone left, where I say, this is what
why
I'm
he does
looking
it
for.
after the fucking.
Yeah, after the fucking.
He said, yeah.
These conversations have gone left, where she's like, well, no, I'm not just looking to do something casual. I'm dating with a purpose, quote unquote. I heard that a lot in Kansas City. So, okay, I respect that. But I don't have a purpose in my dating right now. I date because I'm a social guy. I like to go out. So I enjoy company when I go out, usually.
You like the trick.
So, and then again, as a man, in this man-woman thing that we do, I enjoy the sex that comes after that. But then if you're not on the same page, that's fine. I respect that. And I've gotten well, nigga, you ain't on the same train I'm on, so get off my tracks. And then they just go and leave, and I don't hear from them no more.
I mean, but they gave you what it was. She told you, I'm dating with a purpose. She gave you the opportunity to say, you know what, are you dating with a purpose? I respect that, sweetheart. But I'm not looking for that. I'm gonna go to the bar, because I live downtown, and I'm gonna go scout me some hoes.
That sounds so bad, but that was true.
But that's it.
So Trav's solution to the problem is to secure the pussy, and then after he does secure that, tell her the real intent.
He drove the car, got 4 flat tires, and taking the bitch back. Like, here you go. Thanks for the ride.
For instance,
maybe that aspect of it is fucked up as far as my order of operation.
Maybe.
Trav said this is the last time one of you guys do this
having the tough conversations. I believe in and knowing what it is and what it isn't. And then if there's a disconnect, I mean, I used to tell Jay Jackson, the homie Mike, they was a big fan of the teacher. If you remember the teacher chick, they was a big fan. But I told, well, why don't you like her more? Why do you only see her as jump off? And she's not as outgoing, and that would piss Jay Jackson off. But that's cool. We enjoy each other's company, but only in the sense that when we're in the house and there's something sexual. But she's not the one to want to go out to concerts, event, or she didn't drink type of shit. And no diss to people who don't drink, but I'm a drinker. And if a woman don't drink, she's probably not the woman for me, and that's cool. But after the sex and shit has commenced, then we have the real conversation of, well, what do you see this going forward? And when I told her I saw it as what it is currently, she says, well, I was looking for more. And then we had a tough conversation of the whys and the why nots. And I didn't like the conversation. And again, it went left. And since then, we haven't been much more than a happy birthday, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year type of vibe. But still, I'd rather that end on that tip rather than me misleading her and just saying, and I hate the line where I just want to concentrate on me. I hate that bullshit. Like, call it what it is. Like, if you don't want the other individual in the same fashion, just say that. So I'd rather have that conversation than I just want to concentrate on me, but then that means she want to support me while I concentrate on me. And so that's me misleading her. And then it ends to a bunch of other unnecessary situations, especially in a small city like Kansas City, where you might see me out and about with another woman. So I try to dead all that as soon as I can, or at least again, have the appropriate conversation.
After you smash.
Yeah, because at that
as soon as I can after.
Because that's where again it gets sketchy. That's where it's a slippery slope when sex is involved. Women
right,
are
and
more...
it is a slippery slope, which means you just said it. It's that the conversation is tough because now you fucked. But the conversation wouldn't be so tough if you had it probably to slipping and sliding in her.
And that was the whole point of the whole.
He basically
saying what I
baiting
said.
and switching these women. He gives them the pressure at the very
That's
beginning.
exactly what it is, Vic.
Like,
That's
I told
exactly
y'all
what
this
it
nigga is a scumbag. He's a bag of
you bait and
scum.
switch because naturally in the very beginning of a relationship, you and I talking, that person's gonna have the intention of trying to do something serious. So you get the buns, and then you like, well, yeah, I don't even want to do nothing serious like that.
right.
You know?
Hope you enjoyed your drinks.
That nigga's a scumbag.
That's a bait and switch, man.
That slipped her Mickey and then was like, peace.
For real, he was like, I don't know what gave you the impression I wanted something serious. Like,
that's
what?
true. That's true. I would
Like,
ask that question. What gave you the impression that I wanted something more? So again, we talking about expectations and wow.
Because when you took her out on a date, you had your button-up shirt
For
with the
real.
Stacey Adams boots and a tie. You took her to a nice restaurant. You
My
ordered
man said
drinks.
Stacey
You
Adams
treated her to a
boots,
nice
bro.
meal, and you're very smooth and suave. You're talking to her talking to her all nice, and then you got the booty, and after you got the booty, you know what? I don't
He
think
got
I'm on
the
the
booty
same.
on and was like,
I ain't gonna lie, yo. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is like 90% jokes aside, but like if you go out with a woman on a date and you wear a suit, she's probably gonna think this nigga is serious. Like this nigga is dating. He is dating.
I'm mad. Boo said Stacey had a boots. I don't think I've seen boots. Stacey had a boot before.
Well, they got the
bro.
dress boots.
Yes, the dress boots.
Yeah, the dress boots.
Yo, if you pull out Stacey Adams dress boots and you don't think she gonna think you trying to be serious with her, you lying to yourself.
Because a woman in this fucking century ain't never met a nigga in a suit who just wanted to smash. Never.
For real.
Them type niggas dress like me, nigga. You gotta dress like you. Yeah, you sending mixed signals, nigga.
Am I misleading them?
Yeah,
Take
you
that fucking
misleading
suit
them.
off, nigga.
My attire is misleading them.
Put on some sweats, nigga. Yeah, you know what it's like. You're the exact opposite. You're the exact opposite of a bitch who wear like some booty shorts and got her titties out, and she say she looking for like a husband. You doing the exact opposite of that. You wearing a motherfucking church suit, talking about you just want some jump offs, nigga. You confusing them.
The nigga is wearing a wedding tux.
Yo,
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna start buying some tux and all that other stuff. Like, yo, what's going on, bro? Yo, you know what I really want to know? How in the world did you get to that point without even answering those questions? That's what I want to know.
You talking about
like they don't ask you that in the beginning? Like what you looking for?
Well, yeah, so yeah, typically that's like first date, second date conversation. So like, yeah, what are you looking for? And do you have somebody, quote unquote, or what was your past relationship, blah, blah, blah.
And then what you say?
So as I told at that time, now mind you, I'm speaking on 8-10 years ago. At that time, as Jay Jackson, I was in a long-term relationship. So I was in some shit that was like 10, 11 years on and off that I was committed to. So then when I became single at the age of like 24, I told him like, well, I just got out of this long-term relationship. It's a fucking common law marriage in some states, as my friends say.
Hold up. You said you've been in a relationship for 10, 11 years and you turned 24?
I knew somebody was gonna catch that.
When did we meet Crystal, Jay Jackson? We was 17, 16?
When The Exorcist came out in 78.
I hate you, The Exorcist. He calls her Emily Rose. She was crazy. I met Chick at like 16. Jay Jackson was with me, actually. He helped put me in the game, so I should blame him for some of this, now that I'm thinking back on it.
Tell you to fucking marry the girl.
She broke your heart, and then you turn into a piece of shit. Your first heartbreak, and
Well,
then you never got over.
that was my heartbreak. Yes.
See, I just talked about that shit.
So that was my heartbreak. Yes. And then when I became single, then I said, you know what? Let me just go on this bachelor stretch because I feel like I was missing out. I'm like, I could have been an ain't shit nigga while I was in a relationship, but that didn't work because it flopped anyway with me trying to be a good nigga. So let me go out here and just be a bachelor, not an ain't shit nigga, but just a bachelor.
You ain't shit. You ain't
telling
shit.
me you wasn't fucking bitches in high school, nigga?
Well, it wasn't serious in high school. I'm talking about college. So maybe
What
college
does serious fuck? What does that mean?
Because high school
serious in
relationships
high
ain't
school look
serious.
like?
When
But
we
are you
17,
fucking? But the question was, are you having sex? That's what the question is. What do you mean? It's not serious sex? You just put the head in? What the hell?
No, what I mean is, Miss Jackson,
just let me stick the tip in, baby.
When we were teenagers,
Not me this time, Jackson.
The terminology is what my parents used to say, nigga, my father anyway, nigga, it's just puppy love. It ain't that fucking serious. So that's what it was when we were teenagers. Now, when we got to college, it became a little bit more serious. You know, we in our 20s and we think we know everything. But then even once college ended, after that 4 or 5 year stretch, then it's like, okay, this is a done. So after college, mind you, so let me give half-ass the story. After college ended, then we reconnected. Then that's when I relocated to go to Kansas City to take the official shot to live happily ever after. Well, the shit flopped, as you know, my crew knows. And at that point, it's like, you know what? We did our thing in high school. It was something, just high school shit. In college, we thought we knew everything about love, and we really didn't. Now, post-college, we're like thinking we're mature adults. Let's go ahead and get together, back together, and cohabitate and do all of this. And it flopped anyway. It's like, you know what? Let me leave this shit to the birds right now, and let me enjoy the rest of my 20s just casually dating. I don't want to have to commit to another woman for the rest of my 20s at least. That was my mindset. And let me just go out and just date and have fun dating. So that's where my mindset transitioned. So then to answer Vic's question, I explained it as such to women that I would date, because then, sure, I would get the, well, how come are you single? And I don't know how I feel about it, but you know, oh, why are you single? You know, you're 28 and you don't have kids, and oh, you got your degree, and oh, you got your career with, I was at Ford, you got your career with Ford Motor Company, woo, woo, woo. Why are you single? I said, because I want to be. And this is why, this is what my current mindset is now. I'm just dating casually.
Didn't you have an episode on this, Jax, about a man getting his heart broken and he's never the same?
Yeah, he did.
You were
yeah, he did.
Was he your pinpoint for that episode?
Nah,
he sounds like that right now. He got heartbroken, and he said, "You know what? Fuck these bitches. I'm never doing it again."
He really do sound like
I mean, in fairness to Trav, every dude usually go through that. Like, once they get their heart
not for
broken.
20 years, bro.
I've been
single for about 10.
I went through like a good 6 year stretch on that shit. Like after I couldn't. I don't know. I was too paranoid to get into a relationship, man. Like that's why Mufasa would be like, you talk about you feeling this chick, and then like 2-3 weeks later, you like, nah, I ain't really feeling this chick. Cause I'd be too fucking paranoid. It was just like we don't talk about it, but it was a lot of shit that like dudes got to deal with when it comes on to like getting your heart broken. And part of it is because
Save this. That's the next one. That's the next one.
I got you.
So that's the main reason
you've been single for 12 years then, if you broke up with her at 24.
2010 is when we officially broke up. So it's been 11 years. I guess this is year 11.
No, that's 12.
Yeah,
about 12.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's been 10 plus years. So forgive my math, but yeah.
So you never broke
10 plus years.
You never broke a heart?
Did I ever break her heart?
Did you ever break a heart?
Did I? No. Because mind you, this might sound bad, because mind you, that's the only significant girlfriend I had. Like I didn't have another chick.
Nigga, you just told us that you get the pussy and then say, I'm gonna head out.
That's not a heartbreak. No, that might hurt a chick's feelings, but
that's a heartbreak, bro.
No, fuck that. No, they don't get that out, because at no point was there any kind of vibe that says, I love you and we're gonna be something special. Because again, this goes back to the conversation me and Jay Jackson had years ago when he went accused of tricking, is how do you determine a chick who you just take to 54th Street or Applebee's compared to the chick who you might take to floor seats to Kevin Hart? Now, if you're just going to 54th Street or Applebee's, there's no love involved there. You don't know that as a woman.
Nah, I don't know about all that. Slow your roll, bro.
All right.
I don't know about all that.
And maybe I'm more fucked up than what I think, according to Jay.
What the fuck is wrong with Applebee's? They got specials.
My man said, he said the hoes get Applebee's and the special chicks get
stressing me out to a whole nother point where I'm ready to take a break.
I've been away a long time. I didn't want to come back and stress nobody. So.
Bro, you're stressing me out, bro. So you just told us I'm out here breaking hearts. I get the sex, and then I tell them whatever afterwards. That's breaking a heart. My whole point of even asking that question before you stress me out was, all right, you got disappointed with love, and you just said for 12 years, I'm done. Do you go to the casino? Do you go to the casino?
Yeah, I might go to the casino tonight. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So you spend money and you lose money, but then you don't say, "Oh, I'm never gambling again."
No, I'm taking a shot again, probably next year.
Exactly, bro. That's kind of the.
Come on, Moo.
That's kind of the same thing. Because if I said I've been heartbroken at least twice, and I didn't go on. I'm 28 now, so I didn't go on a stretch where I was like, you know what, for the next 5 years, the same shit I told Pom. The next 5 years, I'm not looking for anything serious. Just that and the third. I took a year or two hiatus where I said, you know what, I'm gonna get to know myself, know what I'm gonna put up with, know what I'm gonna stand for. And if something happens, then it happens. But I ain't say 5, 12 years. That bitch broke my heart. I'm not loving these bitches no more. Like,
so I would say out of the time since 2010 when I became single, up to maybe 2-ish, I'll call it 3 years ago, I have casually say, maybe I'll entertain the concept of taking somebody serious. Because again, now as niggas are getting older, so now I'm 36, and as a nigga is approaching closer to 40, no diss if anybody is 40, but I don't want to really, for me, myself, I don't want to be the 40-plus-year-old nigga in clubs flirting with 25-year-old chicks.
Like that. I'm sorry.
So I don't want to be that guy. So as I entertain women now,
watch your mouth, Mufasa.
as I entertain women now, I entertain more, I guess, for lack of a better term, with a purpose. Because I'm a little bit more, me and Jay Jackson had this real talk, we're a little bit more selective as we get older. And I think we should be, because we know more of what we want and what we don't want. Especially when it comes to when we want to put energy and time into it.
That long?
Okay.
Because again, for the most part,
He wasn't on that serious tip. He was on that Jay-Z tip.
In 2010, when I became single in 2010, I had you know what? For the rest of my 20s, I'm not trying to deal with this serious shit. I'm not trying to explain to a woman why I didn't answer her phone call, or why I didn't call on her birthday, or you're having a bad day at work, let me listen to you. I wasn't trying to deal with that shit.
I feel him, bro.
12 years.
So what you need, like a website where you could just point it out and hit the pay now button and
Tender
moving, or.
But that sucks because I'm not an online dating guy. I have to meet women in person and get the initial vibe and then take my shot.
Bro, you had 12 years of that, bro. You probably missed who you're supposed to be within the 12 years, because you get in the cooch. You get in the cooch and you telling them I'm gonna put them down.
Bro,
okay.
He slept with them first, bro. What you mean?
Jax, Trav is very stressful, bro. He's stressing me out, bro.
I don't want to stress nobody. I'm all for love. I'm all for love. I want to settle down. I want to get married. I want to have a family and Rugrats and all that.
Let's circle back. I'm gonna circle you guys back on something. Early in the program, we were talking about how if you're in a relationship and the woman says, "Hey, I need to find myself, so I'm gonna go and I can't. I'm going celibate," and she says it within the relationship, and you agree. You said you all would respect, or certain ones of you say you respect her decision for herself, but that doesn't mean that you, as the man, are going to go and be celibate too, because you all are not. You're not girlfriend, boyfriend. You're not each other's only. you all are casually dating. So what does a man do to find himself? Is it abstaining from sex ever your choice in your journey to find yourself, especially you, Mufasa? But because you mentioned how you have to step back and you're not looking for anything in particular.
So when I was in that headspace, I had just got out of one of the relationships I got off. It was like a 3-year relationship where it was like completely toxic. It was abusive. And then the second relationship was more like, it wasn't even a relationship. It was a bad situationship where it was like a rebound relationship. Me and the girl were just fresh out of a relationship, and we were just looking to fill that void. And then I ended up getting disappointed again. So I just took a 2-year, like I was living by myself again. Okay. And I just did what Mufasa loved to do, go shopping, make sure, like when I was in that toxic relationship, I wasn't going shopping. I wasn't getting a haircut. I wasn't doing stuff for me. So I traveled, took trips, and really just stayed away from, situations that could have got serious. I let it be known from Jump Street if I met somebody that I was attracted to or that I like, listen, this is where my headspace is at. And if I gave him the opportunity to say, you know what, well, I can't mess with you because I'm looking for something a little bit more serious, like Trav said. Or they was like, you know what, I'm in the same type time that you're on, and if it goes somewhere, then that's cool. But I just really took time back to love myself, to find myself as a man. I was going through a bunch of other things as well. So I just took about a year or two to just do everything I love to do things that I've never done before. And like I said, self-love.
And did that self-love journey that you were seeking, it was, I don't want to say dictated with you being celibate, you weren't having a relation, but you weren't pursuing it actively, or were you at all celibate?
I wasn't celibate.
Okay.
But I wasn't
you weren't working hard to get it either. If she felt willing and wanted to lay down too because she was in the same headspace, you were gonna be like, I ain't turning nothing down but my napkin.
Sorry, Miss Jackson, I was sniping. That's what I was around that time. I was a sniper.
I need a translation.
Okay, a sniper.
He was out here bagging women after women. Yeah.
I was in a whole phase. Okay. But like I said, and within that 2-year whole phase, I had situations where I found someone, I really liked her, she really liked me. And it's the same thing I told my younger friend that's going through this situation. After that toxic relationship, you're gonna find the right person in wrong timing. And that's kind of what it was. I was just in a bad headspace and I wasn't ready to lock in yet. She wanted to lock in, I didn't want to lock in.
Gotcha. So let's say you're in that headspace and you're given that space because you communicated it to your partner, and they might have been, that person may have been in a bad headspace too. So they were just, you all both agreed to go ahead and be each other's smash partner. Would you ever, after you finish your year of journey and looking for yourself, and you all come upon each other again, could you ever put her in the category of, damn?
Well, I can't because I'm engaged, but even so, when I was in my 2-year, I would say hiatus, where I was just doing whatever, I end up meeting my fiance. And it might sound cliche, but when I met my fiance, I knew, like, the first time I seen her, I knew, like, oh, I don't want to just smash. I want her. She's the one. Like, I want her. And then we were friends for a year because I was too scared to go ahead and mess up our friendship that we had, because I didn't think the feelings were mutual. But thank God we had a lot of mutual friends who told me, yo, the feeling is mutual. And I end up shooting my shot, and now I'm engaged. So, okay. But it doesn't work for everybody like that.
Right. No doubt. Beautiful stories. I saw the video that NOTJAXPRODUCTIONS did. I think your proposal, right?
Yes.
I saw that video. That was really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. That NOTJAX photographer person, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. He had his shoulders out and everything, but he was pretty good.
Pretty good. He does his thing. Miss Jackson, if I ever get engaged, I'm hiring NOTJAXPRODUCTION. If I get engaged.
I appreciate y'all. But now to answer your question as well, Mom, I think what men do to kind of like get on their focus is really not necessarily be celibate, but have a very, very stern understanding that they kind of put sex to the back burner. Like they might try to just get money. They might try to find what their purpose is. They might try to find what their passion is. And then just really like focus in on that. And I think I've been in that. I've damn near been in that mode my entire life. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest with you, because I'm so used to being in that mode. Is probably why I. It's probably why I haven't been in a lot of relationships and don't and honestly don't see a huge benefit in being in a lot of relationships. Not necessarily because I it's like not because I don't know dope women. It's more, it's just, it's harder for me to, like, I remember telling a story about the differences between me and when Chaz used to live here, where the way that he would speak about relationships, he missed being in relationships because he had really great relationships where women treated him really, really, really well. And so because he had really, really great memories of what relationships used to feel like, what they used to make him feel like, how he remembered feeling like loved and adored and wanted and things like that. Like when he spoke about relationships, like he was really eager to, like he couldn't wait to find like someone that he really liked so that he could be in another relationship. And like my memories of relationships were like either they were getting in the way of baseball, they were hindering me in some sort of fashion, they were stressing me out, they were making me angry, they were making me have some sort of anxiety or making my insecurities come to the forefront. And it was just a lot. I just remember them by being a lot of work. And then when I compare it to my life of being single, like being single for me has always been much more peaceful and much more fun and much more smooth. So so because my memories of relationships weren't great, I never spoke highly of them because I never really missed them, because I didn't have I didn't feel the same love and adoration that he felt from the relationships that he had been in. So like I take the time when I am single. I think it's, for one, you always want, as a man, I feel like if you have your stuff in order, everything else seems like it would be a lot easier to fall into place as far as women and or sex is concerned.
That's true.
So I think guys kind of put their focus in just being the best version of themselves that they could be, because once you're the best version of yourself, like you can have kind of like your pick of the litter. But what's kind of like ironic about that is I kind of what I low key fear is once I can become like successful as I'd like to be, I think that it's gonna do a couple things. It's gonna make people gravitate towards me that I know for a fact would have never gravitated towards me, like in this stage of my life that I am in, like right now. And that's gonna make me skeptical of them, or I'm gonna reach a level of the success that I want, and I'm gonna feel like if I change up now and allow room for a relationship, then there's no way that I'm going to sustain my success, because the way that I got here was by putting relationships and women and sex and all of that stuff to the back burner.
To the back.
You did it on your own.
You know,
like you did everything on your, because even me, like not like doing the same thing you're doing, like entrepreneurship. Like I was boxing. I was, like you said, I was getting all my dotting all my I's and crossing all my T's. And I felt the same exact way. I'm like, well, since I'm in a much better headspace, I'm much better financially, I'm going to attract women who probably a few years ago, because you're not the same dude you were before, you know, your relationship. You're not as gullible. You're not as easy to be manipulated and taken advantage of. So you're going to feel that way. Even with my relationship now, it's still not perfect, especially in the beginning. I had a lot of trust issues. And then being alone for that 2 or 3 years I was alone, it was mad hard adjusting to being back in a relationship, like what Trav said, back to why you didn't answer your phone, where you at. And then I kind of have not OCD, but I'm a clean freak. So I clean a certain way. It's simple stuff. When we first got together, oh, she mopped the floor. She made the floor too wet when she mopped the floor. I hated this shit. Or it's just little stuff like that. Like you said, once you're doing shit on your own, I'm just like trying to connect, like where you say with your success. It's just even just being alone for so long and getting used to a routine and then hopping into a relationship and you gotta adjust.
You have to try to make the two lives blend, and that's the difficulty.
That shit is scary as hell. I mean, it's so scary because then you know you really love the person, but you're thinking like, damn, man, it was so much better when I was single. I could do this, I could do that, and it just changes. Snap of a finger.
So if it changes, to stop it from changing, that's where you're trying to have a love life, a date life, because you don't want somebody to really come up. You would rather have somebody enjoy your journey and struggle with you, and they become that final person in the end, son. But if you put aside or only do one thing well, it makes sense to have that feeling of anxiety or not trusting them because they coming to you now because you got your money, because you are established, and they're going to seem like, are they attracted to your established level, or are they attracted to you because they know you? If men don't make room for a partner, where's that background coming from?
It sounds like it's coming from you.
I hear it also. Okay, so wait a minute. The other question was, because I broke my own concentration flow. Oh well, that wasn't my phone with the echo. That was weird.
Oh, all right.
I know,
it could have been mine. I'm back in the living room now, and like it's quiet as hell in here, so you probably hear yourselves bouncing off the walls. But I get where you were getting to, Ms. Jackson. I get where you were getting to. And the only thing I can say is the analogy I made to Trav, you gamble, right? And he said, yeah. I said, if you go lose some money tonight, he said, fuck it, I'll probably go back the next day and take another shot at it. Yeah. It's this, you got to have that mindset, because then you'll either be alone forever. And then next thing you know, you hit 50, 60 and be like, damn, man, I should have took a chance on so-and-so and so-and-so.
It's funny because I have those random thoughts, or my mom particularly likes to throw that shade at me on occasions because, you know, she knows I date, and it's like, oh, well, who is it this time kind of deal. And so, you know, I have that transparency with my mom, which is great. And so but then, you know, 6 months later, or a year later, or whatever, whatever happened to so-and-so? I think she could have been good wifey material. She seemed like she had good, you know, maternity potential, whatever. But I would say, to piggyback to where, as we get into this space where, again, women is not the priority, so then we have our own ambitions. Mm-hmm. In my experience, and women have told me this, because I get some of this, maybe not as much as Jay Jackson, but the like-em-itis sometimes. And I would ask the why me compared to the whatever ain't shit nigga or whatever, because I know I can't be the only one you're entertaining at this moment. These are the tough conversations that I entertain. Mm-hmm. And some women have told me that I'm attracted to you because you're so ambitious. Women are attracted to ambitious men. And I mean, I think that because, to the point when I became single back in 2010, and a lot of my friends know this, I dove head first into my career. So I was out here working the 12, 14-hour shifts, the 6-7 day work weeks, and that's just what it was. So I had a work hard, play hard mentality, but I played hard at my own discretion. So it wasn't just because, oh, well, now that I've worked hard for these last, whatever, 16 days straight, that don't mean that I'm finna take that fat check and invest it all in a woman. It just might be just in me as I go out or as I travel. You know, I started going international, you know, with the homie Reggie and other people like that. So women are attracted to ambition. And then now fast forward, here we are today, my ambition is still there. So now it comes to the
letting go of your trauma.
Yeah, and it's like, where does the halfway point come? Because then if I have a woman, because I've been told by certain women that, Travis, you work too much. I used to date a nigga in jail, and I saw him more than I see you. All I can say is I'm sorry. Because the industry I work in, because of the industry that I work in is a 24/7 industry, and I'm invested in it. So sometimes I might work from 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. rather to about 6 or 7 p.m. And then when I get home, I'm chilling. And then if I work 12 days or 14 or 16 days straight, when I get an off day, sometimes I don't want to be bothered with somebody. I just want to be able to finally thoroughly clean the crib and just relax.
But you don't want somebody, bro.
That's a perfect segue. And I'm not trying to quote from the Bible, but God didn't make us to be alone.
Exactly.
However, God didn't make man to be alone, and man meaning human being, but we all like to be alone sometimes. So you have to kind of, not you, but we have to kind of figure out and articulate when we figure it out to share with the other person, because they can't read our minds, and to let them know, hey, I need you right now. But it takes a lot. It humbles a person, makes them feel vulnerable to tell somebody, I need this, I need that, and it be given, and the other person not feel like something has to be reciprocated. Although reciprocity is a big, I don't know if it's a dividend in relationship, but it's a big ticket item in relationships. Or at least it is for me, and it has been for me. And sometimes reciprocity, it sounds good coming off your lips, but it doesn't happen back in your brain. It doesn't happen up in the head. So
you see, I was just in the bathroom for like an hour, right?
TMI.
Not going to the bathroom. Like, since I've been on live since quarantine, new people come in and they be like, why is he in the bathroom? That's why I told Jax, I said, yo, your one mic stand gives me something to look forward to, and it gives me my alone time from dealing with the kids, from being up under her during quarantine. Me going to shoot the episode with Jax, that gave me my time. Me going to the gym to play basketball, and even before when quarantine first started, when nothing was open. One mic stand gave me that time. You know what, babe? Jack's going live. I'm about to, I'm about to go. I call it my office. I'm about to go in the office, and then that's where I get my peace and quiet for an hour. Sometimes I go in the bathroom and be in the bathroom for like 3 hours, just scrolling on my phone, reading stuff. She come in, baby, you okay? She don't get mad because she know I need my alone time. When what Jackson says, takes her drugs, does drugs. She goes in the bathroom for an hour or two. I come in, she playing in her makeup. I don't get mad because I know all day she was messing with our son was running around crazy. I might have been getting on her nerves. You need your alone time. So there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. I think it's tough for me specifically. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
My fault. But what I was about to say though is that, like, I understand where a lot of y'all are coming from, because when I dealt with what I dealt with, the first thing I did, or whenever I deal with any type of trauma, the one thing that I always do is that I work myself. I immediately go into like hard work mode where it's just like I grind super hard. This was the first time I ever took a break from working, because since I turned 18 years old, I've been working a 9-to-5 job my whole entire life. And not only that, like pursuing music, going to school, just overworking myself. And just like Trav said, I done dealt with women that was like, damn, like, you don't never take a day off for anything that you do. Like you never take a day off to yourself. And I really don't, because it was like if I wasn't at work, I was at my homie crib recording a song. If I was and if I wasn't doing that, then I was in school. If I wasn't doing that, then I was always at work. It was even times when Mufasa like, damn, like, bro, I don't never see you anymore. You know what I'm saying? It was like that. It was like, yo, I never see you. And like when it came on to women that I was dating, they was telling me like straight up, like it was a couple women that I felt like I really did miss out on, and they told me straight up like if you going through something, why don't you say anything? And I'm just like, I have a hard time opening up, not no more, but then I had a hard time opening up because I just felt like most people just didn't understand. So I just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna work myself. But then like even now, like it's certain women that I have dealt with in the past, and they check up on me more than a lot of other niggas I thought I was cool with. And sometimes I'll be wondering why, like, damn, like, why you checking up on me? Like I ghosted you, or I may not have gave you time that you felt like you deserved, because it was certain women that definitely wanted to look out for me. It was women that was willing to do that, but it was more so I wanted to get to know myself. I wanted to be confident. I wanted to be the best version of me. So whenever I do get into a relationship, I can handle being in a relationship. It's gonna be hard for me to adjust, because anybody that knows me knows that I love my space. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that's gonna be hard for me to adjust. I'm talking and I'm dating somebody right now that I knew for a minute, and it's gonna be hard to adjust if we do take that step to be serious. That's if we take that step to be serious, because I don't know where it's going, but it was hard for me to do that. It was hard for me to like take a step back. But at the same time, Jackson, I don't want to keep on rambling, but I understand what you're saying though, because I don't want all of these dope things to be happening, because all of these dope things is happening now, and then people see it and they be like, oh, what's up with Palm? Or what's up with Vaughn? Yo, I miss you. This, that. Nah, no the fuck you don't. You want an opportunity, no the fuck you don't. You know what I'm saying? It was like, and I have these spurts and moments where shit like that happen. And I'm just like, do you want to talk to me because you actually want, or you actually want me, or you talking to me because you actually seen that I was in the I had a picture with DL Hughley and I was in the fucking radio station with him in New York. Mm-hmm. That's why you talking to me, or you really want to get to know me. So it's just like, I want somebody to fuck with me like right now that I'm trying to get everything done. But don't wait, like, because I feel like when people see the picture, see, oh, like he's doing a podcast, women going, because it happens, like I said, spurts moments where women like, oh, what's up? Nah, ain't no what's up. Then that shit makes me paranoid. Like, man, this chick don't really want me. She just want me because what I can give her. But just like Mufasa said, like, I can't continue to block my blessings, because you never know. And I felt like I missed out on a couple of women because I was paranoid.
Mm-hmm. Like women have, just like women deal with that cautious of men. We just want them for sex. We as men, and women might not know this, but I'll speak for me myself. I have to have that guard up as well. So I'm 100% with Palm on that, to where, do women want me for who I am as a person or what I am on paper? Because when I come across women and as I date, and I get the question quite frequently, well, why are you single? Because they'll look at oh, well, you got your degree, or oh, well, you don't have kids, which I guess that's an accomplishment, as women make it sound like these days, because I'm 36 without kids. Or, oh, you don't have kids, and you have your degree. Oh, and you got your gig at whatever Fortune 500 company type of deal. And, oh, you do okay for yourself, blah, blah, blah. Especially when I was living downtown in Kansas City. So why are you saying? Then I would get a lot of attraction. I used to tell Jay Jackson, I thought it was the brick wall, but my sex rate elevated when I moved downtown into a downtown loft, and I had a 1,300 square foot.
Here you go promoting himself again.
That's what it was. In my 20s, I'm speaking for my 20s. So in my 20s, I got that kind of elevated attention, and the guard was up, because are you more into me as me? Do you care because I'd rather listen to Dale Phonics and Diana Ross and Lakeside compared to whatever young boy NBA is. I don't even know. I couldn't think.
He's in the name backwards.
I don't know who that is. But, or are you into me because of what you see on the surface? You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's a real thing as men, as we transition from being totally invested into women into, okay, let me invest into myself. And now that I'm winning, invested into myself, now the woman comes. So the cliche line is, as you know, I'll say it PC, you don't lose women when you're chasing money, but you can lose money chasing women type of deal. So when the men get invested into themselves and then the financial fruits of the labor come about, then the women come about. And then now there is the guard of, well, wait a minute, you admire me for me or you admire me because of what you see? It's my opinion.
So just like that scenario has you pumping the brakes on her because you don't know what she's coming at you for. If you meet a woman who is on the same grind, trying to get her bag, trying to get her business off the ground, and she's not always going to want to smash. She's about her money, not necessarily a relationship, but everybody needs to be held and or to hold somebody. So why can't the two of you, hopefully you want to find each other, do your grind and try to get your entrepreneur stuff set at the same time, because she is going to eyeball you as a woman. She's going to think, well, why is he trying to latch on to me? I've got mine. Then you all think that we're being too braggadocious or arrogant. Well, I've got mine. I'm trying to get mine. He's trying to pull me down. You all aren't letting us in on your line while y'all on your grind. So how are we as a people, as a culture, as a race, going to eventually respect each other's assent and still be there together during the struggle? And we both get there to where he's got his money and I came along with you. I've got my money and he stayed with me through all of my bullshit, and we keep going. Why does it have to be such a competition between us trying to reach our level?
I think your point, Ms. Jackson, is because the magic word is, are they there during the struggle? Because to your point, yes, that'll be great if, and God bless, when I was taking some L's, as Jay Jackson will know, for a couple of years, I was taking some L's through a couple of jobs. So when I was taking those L's, there was one particular woman who, surprisingly stuck around in the transitions. Like, I was unemployed at that time, wasn't managing my finances correctly. I think I'm only managing them just a little bit better now. But anyway, at that time, I wasn't managing that much better. But at that particular time, while I was not managing my finances correctly, I'm living, paycheck to paycheck.
Travis, just so that I'm following the story correctly, when you're saying you took some L's, is that lip service or something else?
No, I took some L's.
He's like, losses, man.
He's like,
losses.
Thank you.
I'll keep all my comments to myself, Jackson. I don't want you to be uncomfortable.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I took some L's, as in I lost some very good jobs to my own demise because of my own lack of attention to my health and my own behavior in the workplace. So those were some L's that I took that were self-inflicted L's. And as I was transitioning in between, it was a tough time. And there was a particular woman who was like, okay, well, so-and-so looks like they're hiring, or she would just come around just to, God bless, just to drink, get drunk and let me vent. And then as I came up on different opportunities, she was there during that hiring process to give the whatever inspirational text or phone call. And I believe in you, and I know you can do such and such and blah, blah, blah. So that is different compared to when men or women, when you're on your own and you don't have that, when you take your L's on your own and the person is not there during the actual grind, but then there's, for lack of a better term, a pop-up when the fruits of the labor comes, now the guard is up. Because to Palm's point, was you there when I was grinding before the DL Hughley pictures and all the other recognitions came about? And if the answer is no, then that's where we start to think twice. Well, would she have been there, or would she even be here if I didn't have this? And to your point, from the woman's perspective, if a woman is out here doing her thing and trying to do her entrepreneur thing, but the dude is just wanting just to hit up just for sex, but not necessarily supporting you while you're on the ground or on the come up, then there goes the emotional fence on the other end. So I think it's important both ways. And I think the X factor is, are they there during the downfall, or I guess during the valleys and the peaks, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I gotta say something before I say something. But it's not a competition at all, because I know she said like it's not a competition at all. It's more so like it's more so like I'm dope now. So why not see the greatness within me now? Like, why wait until later? And then it's that, like, but just like Mufasa said, we should be able to take the chance regardless, because at the end of the day, you can't let that fear stop you from pursuing somebody that might really be there for you. Because to be honest, man, single is cool, but I fucking hate this shit sometimes, man. Sometimes this shit is just trash. Sometimes I wish I could just, talk to somebody, or like, I don't want to go on, just for a lack of a better term, what my homie say, I don't always want to go on a promiscuous rendezvous, as he would say. But like, I don't want to always do that. Like, I want to definitely build with somebody, but if I do become successful at what I'm doing, and I have multiple businesses, and I'm making money off multiple incomes, I don't want a woman then, because I just feel like she's non-existent. I want to find a woman within the next maybe couple of years, or this year, or whatever the case may be. I don't want to have to deal with the fact that, like, damn, I gotta have my head on the swivel all the time. She might try to get me, or whatever the case may be. But that's just me being in my own head and overthinking. A lot of my friends be telling me like, "Yo, Palm, you be overthinking too much. You gotta relax." Like, and it's the truth. But I'm glad that I'm doing everything that I'm doing now, because before it was like, man, before I was just overworking myself super hard, and Mufasa was telling me like, bro, like, you need a break. Like, you gotta, like, he was telling, like, last year, like in 2019, he was telling me like, yo, bro, like, because when I went to him to Six Flags, that dumbass picture, I'm mad he took that shit. That picture was wild, but he was like, bro, like, you need to come out more. And even like certain women that I have dated, they like, yo, I want to be around you more. I want to get to know you. And I just be like, soon as it gets to the point where it's just like they want to have that deeper conversation, I'll be like, man, like, I want to open up. But I know me as a man, when it comes on to me getting a relationship, I love super hard. If it's a woman that I'm dealing with, like she's getting all of me when we're in a relationship. So it's just like, if I get my heart broken again, she dying. And I'm dying too, because I ain't going to jail. She dying. She fucking dying. I can't deal with that shit again. That's
dying. That's my time, folks.
Yeah, right. That way,
she dying. She dying, and I'm dying because I ain't going to jail.
Jackson, edit that out, Jackson. Edit that out.
That went off the rails,
man.
Nah, real talk. I just saw the meme on Facebook where it was a chick that posted it that says, "Nigga, you either finna be my last love or my first murder." Oh, I was like, whoa.
She gonna be my first and my last murder.
So you're gonna be my last love or my first murder. Cause
like,
I ain't dealing with this bullshit.
I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna kill nobody. But that shit hurt too much. I don't want to walk.
How old are you again? I'm curious.
I'm 28. I don't want to walk down the street. I don't want to walk down the street and listen to Joe Budden for like 2 hours walking again. I don't want to deal with that shit. That shit was wild. Mufasa had to pick me up. I was like, bro, don't stay in the house. Like, that nigga had to come get me. I was like, yo, I don't want to deal with that shit again. But I feel like now I would have a better time dealing with it, because I got a lot of real niggas. We gonna have a conversation, but I got a lot of real niggas that I can talk to about it. But that shit, man, that shit hurt. That shit was different, man. But Joe Budden was definitely helping, man. Like, that mood music, telling you, man. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4, man. He was talking that shit.
I personally, I don't think I'm not afraid of like heartbreak, like another heartbreak and shit like that. I'm more afraid of just being like distracted from like what I'm supposed to be focused on, And Palm, you said something where you said you know, when you said you love hard and then you said you give 100%.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I fear, because like if I'm giving 100% right now as a single person towards what my focus is,
Yeah.
if you get into a relationship, now you can't give 100% into that and still give 100% into this. Like you have to split up your energies and your efforts some way somehow. Like maybe one day it'll be 80%, you know, focus, 20% relationship. Other days it might be 80% relationship and 20% focus, but it'll never, like the more things you throw on your plate, like the less piece of the pie that every one of those things are going to receive. You know what I mean? And I think that with men, at least, I think that is part of the reluctance of getting into a relationship while you're still ascending, as opposed to being successful already. So like that foundation of success is already laid. So you feel like if I'm already successful, then you can at least feel a little bit comfortable with, okay, instead of me giving 100% to what made me successful, I can afford to only give 70, 75, because now I have to account for, you know, making my lady 100% happy. I could take time away from the thing that made me successful so that I can put more energy and more effort into making this relationship successful. But and I'm not saying that it can't be done where you can't do both, but I just like, you know, like if you work like as a single person, if you're working tooth and nail and scratching and clawing trying to reach success, and you're clearly giving 100% and you still haven't made it yet, and you decide to get into a relationship, which means you have to take away from the scratching and the clawing of trying to get to the success. Like I have a hard time wrapping my mind around how a relationship is going to make you get to the success faster. And I understand the arguments of like, you know, maybe if you compound with like a team, you'll be able to reach the success faster, or two minds working as one or better than one or whatever. But like, I still feel like it doesn't mathematically compute, because even though you might have a teammate helping you to achieve something, like y'all still have to individually make the relationship work. Like that's a whole nother set of something that has to be successful.
But it's possible, bro. It's possible.
I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm saying that it's always been hard for me to wrap my mind around how
it's hard to wrap. I know one thing my mom always told me. She always told me when I was going through my relationship problems, son, I think you need to mess with a female that's older than you, because you're a lot more mature than most guys your age or most people your age, and you hustle and work really, really, really hard. You say you even need to find an older female, or you need to find somebody that's going to push you and want the same things that you want for yourself, for you as well. And I feel as though, bro, any female that you ever like, the next female you get into a situation with, you're a great guy, bro. That determination you have to be successful, you're pushing your drive. She can only respect that, bro, and only add to the table. And any female that takes away from what you got going on, then you know what it is from that point. You already had that time to say, this is what I'm going to allow. This is what I'm not going to allow. And for her to take away from what you got going on, that'd just be selfish of her, and she's not for you.
But then how do you like build the relationship to be successful though, right? Like because it would be dope if like it would be, and I'm even though I'm not in a relationship with anybody, like I have a bunch of female homies that are more than willing to lend a helping hand. Like I just had Nick on the show. I just had Rock helping me film the shit. fucking Clarissa helping me fucking put the show together in Atlanta and shit like so like it's not, I'm not saying that you can't have women help, or you can't, like, if I was in a relationship with any one of them, it's not like I'm saying that they wouldn't be able to help propel me, but I'm saying that there's all, like, even if they're helping propel me on like a professional level, it's still a whole nother level of work and effort and stress that me and that other
20% you were talking about,
make the relationship part work.
Like the 80% work one day and the 20% is hard, bro. But it's definitely, I'm not gonna tell you it's definitely possible. And just don't, I tell you all the time, you work too damn hard, bro. Like, only person I know, if we're not on live, bro, I know you're still working. You at the gym working out and working. Like, you working out and then working. Like, you work too hard, bro. Like, it's like I told you when I said it earlier, it's an adjustment that you would just have to make if you're willing to make it. And that's really just what it is, bro. It's hard to wrap. It was hard for me to wrap my head around it. And I still, to this day, after almost going on 4 years, I still have issues with dreams I want to chase. Like I told you that day, when we shot our episode, I was like, I ain't been asleep yet. I've been running around the last 2 days. Me and Nick was supposed to be in the gym the day after the episode, and I promised her, like, sis, we going to the gym this time, that time. And I totally forgot to even hit her up and say, you know what? I'm not going to the gym no more. I told her, she talked to me around 10 o'clock in the morning. I was out from 10 o'clock in the morning, and when she texted me, it was like 12 o'clock, and I didn't even realize I was outside that long. Because
I texted him, I said, did I miss the party? Did I miss the party invite?
And then I came, and then when I talked to Nick, it made me immediately feel guilty. I'm like, damn, I just realized I was outside from 10 o'clock to 12, but I was running around trying to get stuff done that I needed to get done for what I got planned and what I got going on. And I, instead of being a dog, because I went to buy flowers. So that's the 80% to my grind, and that 20% that day, I came in with flowers. I let her take her break, gave her, and just loved on her. And she understands that for the both of us to be where we both want to be, we both got to make sacrifices. You might not see me from 10 to 10, but when I do come home, I'm off work. I'm giving my all to you for that 20%. It's all about being with somebody who understands your drive and your determination and your goals. And that's something you got to lay out on the line when you first start messing with somebody on a serious level, bro. It's hard though. Trust me, it's hard, and it's really hard still. Like I said, after 4 years to wrap my head around.
Yeah, I bet.
Real talk, it's supposed to be hard. If it was easy, then any and everybody would be happily in love and bliss.
And look at you telling us some shit, but pre-sex or post-sex, Trav.
It's pillow talk. It's pillow talk.
The funny part is, like, he's doing to us. He's mind fucked us first, and now he want to come with the fucking gems. And
I've had enough of Travis's shit, okay?
Pillow talk.
Sorry, Nick. I don't want to upset or frustrate Nick.
Here you go.
Before you be irritated and stressed. I don't want to stress Nick though.
Here you go with his third person shit. I don't want to stress Nick out.
I'm putting my damn foot down. I'm putting my foot down.
I am a nice guy. Do not listen to Jay Jackson as he thinks that I'm a bad.
Nigga, you've told us. I didn't have to tell them nothing. You told them yourself.
I ain't gonna lie, man. You did tell on yourself, man. You made yourself. It's like you was trying to strategically not come off as the bad guy in the situation. And you are the bad guy.
You sure? I think that makes me the honest guy. I don't know.
The honest bad guy.
He's like the Joker. He's like the Joker. You love to hate him, yo. Like, and you hate to love him. Like, it's either way with Trav.
I'm just gonna say, I guess
she was gonna be in a long-term relationship, and it was a one-night stand. You gonna roll over and be like, "Look, just for you to understand, we just fucking." After,
Oh shit!
I don't know what the problem is, but you know.
You nigga. You is the problem, man. But nah, man, yo, I'm tired. These niggas tell me I work too much, so I'm about to.
Why are you tired? It's peak hours.
I'm about to get out of here with that shit, niggas. Because you said I don't never want to hear you say peak hours again. After when we was in Atlanta, nigga, we was up. I was up on peak hour shit.
No, you wasn't.
On the computer, and then I would be up in the morning, and this nigga would be asleep until like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, nigga. I'm like, this nigga. No wonder
as you very well know, my work hours are from 10 to 7, and then I sleep during the day from 10 to 7.
That's a
lot
of sleep, nigga.
Because
that's a
all
lot
I
of
keep
sleep.
thinking about.
I get all the sleep I can, nigga, because you know for like 2.5 years, nigga, I wasn't sleeping. I get all the sleep. I get all the sleep I can.
That's because you couldn't breathe, nigga.
Because I couldn't breathe. You know, I wasn't sleeping for about 2 years.
If your ass would run around that track, I bet you your ass could breathe a lot better, nigga. But we ain't gonna talk about that tonight. We ain't gonna
talk about yo, Jack.
What up?
Yo, every time I get on live, I think about the time where you was like, y'all was in the car, he played Hit the Road Jack. He was like, I'm like, no, he didn't.
Classic.
Yes, see?
That's a classic.
What you say? I'm like, no, he didn't do that.
I should have told this nigga, don't play that shit no more.
That's a classic. Can't hate on the Ray Charles classics.
Yo,
he
man.
Said, what you say? I'm like, nah.
You just like Ray Charles, because you can't see the problem either, nigga. You just
That's why I gotta wear the specs.
This nigga oh my god.
That's why I gotta wear the specs.
Yo, man, we're not about to get on. We're not about to have a Trav hour, nigga, because this shit.
You know how that goes. I've been away for a while. I've been out putting in the work. So now I got a Friday night. When I heard about Jay Jackson talking about the New York shit, I said, you know what? I'm not going out. I'm just gonna grab my Hennessy here and drink my Hennessy here and talk shit with Jay Jackson. It's a Friday night. You know, St. Louis is starting to open up. So I'm trying to go out and be more flirtatious these days. But the casino is open till 3, so maybe I'll go and gamble, and then if I lose, I might go out and do it again tomorrow, because, you know, gotta take another shot, at least with the casino tables. I don't know about love, but at least with the casino tables.
This man said,
you are an idiot, man.
Hit the road, Jack.
I'm about to see that, but wait, last thing, I'm about to see this Joker in fucking Houston at the end of the month, man. So
that's right, man. We out of here. I'm trying to decide. I hope it's not too hot. If it's not too hot, if it's not going to be above 90, I'm bringing a suit. I just don't know which suit.
I'm not doing this with you again.
If it's above 90, then I can't bring a suit. I might have to bring like a silk shirt or a polyester shirt with some slacks.
Nah, try bring the linen out. You got to bring the linen.
I might look for a linen. Linen, okay. I can do that.
If you're gonna wear a suit, bring the linen suit.
Why are you?
Hey,
Yo, mute yourself, man. Fucking talk about bring a linen suit. Like, why are you gassing this thing up?
I just might. Just might.
The linen suits even have belt loops?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
some do.
Yeah, they do.
Jesus.
I mean, I know a lot of pants that, you know, these niggas wear these days don't require belts because they
all right. Okay.
But you know, my all the pants I wear require belts because I'm a big nigga and I wear big pants.
You definitely wear big pants.
Yes, because I'm a big nigga. Because I'm a 300-pound nigga. That's right.
Big pants with the crease.
With the crease. I gotta put.
I'm not doing this with you. I'm not doing it.
So when I get if I go out here and I find me a linen suit together, then I gotta take it to the cleaners. Hey, throw that light starch crease in them, sleeves and pants, please, so that I'm good to go.
That's never good to go.
It's good to go. So beware, Houston, Jay Jackson. You know why I'm coming down there. I'm coming down there for the Cigar Week event. And you know me, I'm attracted to women that drink dark liquor and smoke.
So you like bitches whose breath stink?
I got problems. I love the women who drink bourbon.
Bitches.
Women who drinking bourbon, scotch, smoking their choice of cigars. That's the
one
women
with hair on their chest.
That's the women I'm gonna be hollering at.
Ew.
Bruh, I would have to tell one of them. I would have to buy an extra toothbrush just to like. Don't put your mouth on my dick, making this ain't smoked dick. Like this ain't a barbecue pit, bitch.
I'm probably smoking just as much, if not more, than they are down there. So I'm
that sounded real gay after what I just said. But I said this ain't smoked dick. He said, I mean, I'm smoking way more than they about to be smoking. So.
It's gonna be a smoky
I'm
week.
sorry, I did.
Nigga, stop saying that.
It's
gonna be a smoking. Oh my god!
I couldn't hold it back.
That's what I'm down there for, to smoke.
Yo,
and to drink a lot.
All right.
I couldn't hold it back. I could.
Yo, you're stressing me out.
Why am I a stress factor? Do I stress so many people out?
Yes. Because
I know I got my high blood
Yes.
pressure. I gotta take my pill once a day for my blood pressure. I don't want to cause anybody else to get on the blood pressure medication.
No, we're gonna go drink our water. We're gonna go walk around our track, and we're gonna go do our exercises. You keep your pills to yourself.
God bless. Because I'm gonna drink my pill and then I'm gonna drink the Hennessy.
You gonna drink the pill? What you saying?
You gonna put the pill in the Hennessy?
Well, I'll just take the pill rather than follow
All
that.
right, then don't do that, man. That's counterproductive. I mean, either way, it's counterproductive. Like, damn.
I'll take a bottle. I've had some bottles of water when we was in Atlanta. So I'll take
When you was in
Atlanta,
oh my god,
that was like weeks ago, Trent.
So like in May, it's gonna be Memorial Day weekend. Houston's gonna be hot as fuck. I'll probably have a couple bottles of water.
Listen,
You
man.
should. You should. So you don't pop.
Hydrate a little bit.
He drink a bottle of water a month. That's hilarious.
He said, well, that's not true. I drank a bottle of water, but we
this nigga drink water every time the rent due. This nigga. What the fuck is wrong with this nigga, bro?
Rent due, get the water.
Right? Oh my god. Yo, listen, man. I'm out of here. Last thing, October the 9th, that's still the target date for the show. I think October the 9th. I think I'm gonna try to be in Atlanta from October the 6th until the 11th. So I'm gonna try to be there for several days. Still shooting for October the 9th for the show. Still raising money. Still got the GoFundMe up. I think we up to like 435 right now. So I'm almost halfway to at least book the venue. I think I got a couple of hundred saved up. That I'm gonna put towards the venue, and then everything after that is gonna be for the liquor, for the food, for the chairs, for the whatever else niggas got to get, my flight, shit like that. But
so I'll say this, Jay Jackson, and I'm gonna remember it. Record it. Quote me.
Oh boy.
I'm there to help sponsor the liquor because your liquor choice is gonna be different.
This nigga is
your liquor choice is gonna be different than what I think the liquor choice should be. So I'm helping out with the liquor. Boom. If it's I'm minimum 500. So there goes my contribution.
Oh, he trying to fuck all the bitches.
I'm trying to make sure we have the appropriate amount of Remy, the appropriate amount of tequila, the appropriate amount of bourbon, and probably some beers that women don't even know about. Because you know me, I'm a beer drinker.
Nah, because you over there talking about putting pills in drinks. You can't trust Trav.
Yeah, no, he not Bill Cosby.
Can't trust him.
As long as it's brown liquor there, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Palm fucks with the brown.
Nah, we can't have E&J and Evan Williams brown liquor.
No, man, just give me Henny or that Crown Royal last time was had me kind of nice.
Yeah.
This nigga fucked up.
I'm gonna put you on something better than Crown.
Had me kind of nice, man. I just need something kind of nice. Just make me
something kind of nice.
I'm gonna put you on something better than Crown. Don't worry.
It's gotta be green. It gotta be the apple Crown, Trav.
No, I'm not even a Crown fan. I'm gonna put y'all on something a little better than Crown.
Let's select the budget, then we select the liquor. That's it. That's all.
Hit the road, Jack. It better not. It better not. It better not have me like that. I need to be I need to be healthy Henny Palm. I don't need to be whiskey palm because that's not a good. That's not a good palm. That's different.
You sure? Because as long as you don't get the violent palm, then we
Listen,
good.
I'm sure. I know. It's me. I would know. I would know.
Because even I'm not violent, but Jay Jackson still gets irritated with me when I'm drunk, but I'm not violent.
Nigga, I be irritated. You heavy. You be leaning on niggas' shoulders and shit.
Because I'm heavy.
Yes,
I'm
nigga.
But I can't carry all my weight when I'm excessively drunk.
Well, nigga, I'm not a banister, nigga.
But you work out, so you all right.
This nigga get drunk and everybody else turn into a fucking banister and shit. Get fuck off.
Be like that.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie. I get drunk and everything turns into a joke with me. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, everything turns into a fucking joke. Everything.
Yeah, and Atlanta is my kind of town. Where's the after spot, Jay Jackson? Find the after spot also for the GSOA, the GSOA.
It's GOSA, not GOA.
Oh, my bad.
I'm like, what the fuck is he trying to spell? Like King of Diamonds? Like, what the fuck is happening over here?
Oh, so GOSA. So where's the GOSA event? Or at the Airbnb, I guess.
You know what? I don't even know if I should give you the address. This nigga, wow. This nigga. Oh my god. Nah, man. I'm looking into it. Man. We'll talk. I'm looking into it because I gotta figure out who's gonna be in the who wanna put up money to be in the Airbnb and all that kind of shit. So.
Oh, all right. Well, count me in.
Oh man.
Are you once the money is raised that you're requesting on GoFundMe, are you charging tickets for the show or like?
Yeah, but for people who donate over a certain amount, I'm not gonna say what the amount is, but people who donate an X amount of dollars, like them niggas getting there free. I'm not
right. Okay.
But
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a ticketed event. But if you put up a certain amount of money, I'm not you in there, you good. So.
ATL, I'm loving it. My kind of town.
This nigga is so fucking.
But before ATL, Houston, my other kind of town, and I gotta come out to Philly. I'm talking about Philly, maybe August.
All right, nigga, just let me know, man. Let me know,
man. That means you have to go out. That means you have to go out, Jay Jackson. If I come.
Oh no, that's killing season out here. You got that, nigga.
No, that means you got to come out if I come to Philly.
We'll go out before dusk.
Nigga, we gotta get to Max's. We gotta get to Max's. We gotta get to Center City. We gotta go to the spot. Where the spot we went to with all the other spots down. Was that Infinity?
Xfinity. That's by the stadium.
Yeah, by the stadium. You know what I'm saying? We gotta go paint the city.
Trav coming to Philly. I'm gonna be hanging out with Trav because I know I ain't got to spend money on a fucking thing.
Come on out, Nick. The more, the merrier.
Mia, I'm coming to pick you up. Let's go.
The more, the merrier. Is Mia on here? She not mad at me, is she?
Not at the moment.
Sometimes I think she gets mad at me.
Give her a couple minutes.
Oh, Mia. Oh, shit. Mia, a.k.a. The Rock. Okay. I'm ready to see mad
The Rock. Not The Rock.
Did I say it wrong?
Bang, bang.
I'm out here. It's The Rock in here.
It's just Rock, not The Rock. It's just Rock.
Young got ears.
Oh, my God.
My bad.
Yo. You know the funny, if Trav and Rock and Nick is all in the nigga, my camera is on my fucking hip, nigga.
Well, I mean, it's okay because my phone will be on my hip because
I'm gonna get my mom Jackson. I'm gonna get my mom to come out too.
Does she drink? Does she drink?
Yes, she does. She sure does.
And Jay Jackson knows if she got friends, the more the merrier.
Friends?
I'm a friend.
Her mother?
I'm a friend.
Her mother? Why would her mother have friends? Like, what are you talking about?
Jay Jackson, you know I like them seasoned and cultured.
First of all, you're not ready.
Yeah.
You're not ready for this woman's mother. You're not.
Yo, his face was like, I don't get it.
He can holler at my mom if he wants
am I
to. He
wrong?
gonna be in
Not
court.
hollering
You
at the
fucking away with it.
mom. I would feel inappropriate hollering at Nick's mom, but
That wouldn't be inappropriate. She a grown ass woman. You go ahead and holler at my mom. I wouldn't feel no kind of way, Trav.
If she has a home, Jay Jackson, I used to ask Miss Jackson if she had friends, but he used to hate that.
Her homegirl is, unless you got a fetish for like supersized BBW, you ain't gonna like her homegirl.
They the supersized BBW.
She's supersized BBW.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Oh, all right.
Ain't
She's
nothing
very
wrong with a
pretty,
little
but she's
BBW.
supersized BBW.
Like how never mind.
We'll ask those details.
Look, Palm, just Google supersized BBW and you'll see.
No, I mean
we'll ask those questions off the Zoom.
Do not call me as soon as I hit end, nigga.
You already know the routine. You already know the routine.
Don't call me.
You already know the routine.
Do not call me.
Like, what Nick mean, Jackson? What she talking about?
Right, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, have you met the mom? Does she got some? Like, he already know. The inquiries are gonna start.
Oh my God.
Trav, you filthy, man.
What is wrong with you?
He's a dirty old man.
I'm a nice guy.
I'm a nice guy, that's what they all say.
Rakia, wait till you see the one mic stand. You'll see why I'm like, I ain't worried about my mom. Wait till you see it.
I gotta peep the episode.
Oh my God. He gonna be like, that's the one he gonna call me after, like, I don't know, J Jackson.
What's her at on the IG? On the IG, Jackson. What's J Jackson? What's her at?
Yo, man, y'all are ridiculous, man. Look,
he just like, what's
I'm
wrong with that?
about to get off of here, man. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, man. Thank you.
Anybody not doing anything Memorial Day weekend? We in Houston.
Just don't want me to end the show.
This man always promoting himself.
Jackson, just stop the recording. Just end it.
We're